education
Yes,
for
yes.
NHEP, and there is that capacity building component.
Mm-hmm.
And they are also exploring the possibility of creating virtual centers now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the virtual centers in SAU, I mean, it could be one virtual center, maybe, in your university for the whole of UP.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way you could connect with also universities such as Cornell and others,
Yes, yes.
where we could come in and help you with faculty development or any
Yeah.
of the other applications such as AI and others. So
Yes,
that
certainly.
would be great. Yeah.
How about your association with the Sadhguru Foundation now?
Yes, yes, it's really good. Vijay is going to actually join today.
Is it?
I don't know.
Acha.
Yeah, Vijay Raghavan is also, he
Uh-huh.
sent me a message.
Okay.
So I think that Cornell Sadhguru Foundation is working very well.
Okay.
We still have that agreement with ICAR,
Mm-hmm.
and we have been doing a number of programs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, especially in different areas.
Yes.
So you know Vijay, right? You know
Yeah,
Vijay.
I know very well.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think since 2007-8, when I
Right,
was
right,
when I was Assistant Director General in ICR, so
right,
I
right.
met him, and then we had a couple of meetings about this knowledge initiative that we have.
Yes.
This
Yeah, yeah,
AIP
yeah.
also.
Right, right.
This,
Yeah.
this university was part of AIP also, Agriculture
Yes.
Innovation Project.
Right, right. Yeah.
Hmm. Dr. Maheshwari is also there, I think.
Yeah, I think Dr. Maheshwari has joined, Dr. Singh, and I see Professor Pankaj Kumar, Dr.
Uh-huh.
Ravindra Mora,
Dr.
and
Maheshwari, video and audio both mute. That's why I'll join you in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
sure, sure, sure. So, Professor Samsher is our food science person. Anil, is
Sir,
he? Is
he's
he
there. He
the?
will be joining us.
Okay, he's now the dean.
He's Dean College of Post Harvest Technology, sir.
Wow, very good. Congratulations. Wow, amazing. Good. You see, all good scientists end up as administrators at the end. Rekha Dikshit has joined.
She's professor in biochemistry at this university.
Okay, good, good. Do you see the snow behind me? The snowfall. It's winter
Yes,
here.
yes, sir. We can see it.
Okay. So, are we going to get started soon?
So we'll be starting in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Shweta, how many have logged in?
Sir, they are still joining, sir. We are waiting for Dr. Praveen Rao, and we'll start, sir, immediately.
Do you have enough people online now? How would you know?
You are not audible, sir. I think.
I said, do you know how many people are online? Anil, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir,
Can
there
you
are
hear me?
more than 100 audience on YouTube. Yes, sir, I
On you?
can hear you.
Okay, good, good. So
Sir,
maybe
there
we
are
should
more
get.
than 100 on
Okay.
YouTube.
So probably Anil, maybe if the Vice Chancellor comes, you could get started and Dr. Praveen Rao could join us.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Praveen Rao. Sachin Sapu.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr. Maheshwari. Sir, please
Mic
switch
on
on your
is-
mic and video. फिर उनका डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएगा
गुड मॉर्निंग
डॉक्टर महेश्वरी का
कर रहे हैं ना कौन कर रहे हैं
हाँ yes sir.
I think those who are not going to be
Good morning, sir.
speaking, they should mute their mics, right? Otherwise, you'll get echo.
एडमिट तो हुई
डॉक्टर प्रवीण राव admit करो. Yes sir. Just a table.
Oh, I see Dr. Praveen Rao. Good morning, sir.
मार दी ना
गुड मॉर्निंग
How are you, sir?
आई एम फाइन so the covid has enabled us at least to meet like this.
That's right.
Good morning, Dr. Maheshwari Sahab. Namaskar.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Rao.
Morning, sir. Good morning, Mitali. Good morning. How is Madam Ramanji? Fine.
Everybody are fine. Thank you. We just need your blessing for the COVID to go away here.
इसका बोल बंद किया हुआ है
Oh boy, things are very bad here, as
I
you
think
probably know.
Trump has gone, so COVID will also go.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he still has a few days left.
Yeah,
So-
but he's making your life, so what you call miserable, huh?
Miserable. Yes, yeah. It's been a terrible time here.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people online on YouTube.
Yeah. It's about 900 people registered for this webinar.
Mute.
Okay.
आउटपुट है वो सब माइक
लेकिन वो जो बोला ना मुझे नहीं सुना
महेश्वरी सर कैसे हैं आप? नमस्कार.
अभी देखिए अब और वेंकटेश वेंकटेश
करे
Can we start now? Or waiting for now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. A very good morning and a very happy new year to all the learned dignitaries, guests, speakers, and delegates from all the academia and corporate. I feel privileged and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, in this virtual mode to the inaugural function of the 2 days international seminar on artificial intelligence in agriculture. As we all know that India is undergoing agricultural reforms and the agriculture sector is set to receive a facelift in the time to come by steady adoption of AI technologies. So in this direction, the main focus of our university has been to ensure quality of higher agricultural education and the development of farmer-friendly technologies and disseminating them to the farmers' field. With this, I request our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. R.K. Mittal, who has inspired us for this seminar to chair the inaugural session. I am delighted to welcome Dr. Praveen Rao, the esteemed Vice Chancellor of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State
Mittalji,
Agricultural
there is,
University,
sorry for
Hyderabad,
interrupting, there is
as the
some
Chief
echoing
Guest,
going on.
and Dr.
Repetition.
K. Raman, an old friend of our university, an international professor of plant breeding and associate director, international programs, Cornell University, as guest of honor. So, may I now invite our Director Research, Dr. Anil Sirohi, for a formal welcome.
Thank you, Shweta. Good morning, all.
You have to unmute Sirohi ji.
Sirohi, you're muted.
Sirohi ji, you have to unmute.
Chairperson Dr. R.K. Mittal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut, distinguished delegates,
Mittal Saab, Sirohi has to unmute.
students, members of media, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you and a happy new year. We at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University
Mittal Saab, Sirohi has to unmute.
are honored and delighted to host the A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Dr. Praveen Rao, esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Rajendra Nagar, Hyderabad, and the chief guest of this inaugural function. Guest of honor, Dr. K.V. Raman, International Professor of Plant Breeding at College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, Cornell University, USA. Chairperson, Dr. R.K. Mittal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut. Distinguished delegates, guests, galaxy of scientists, students, members of media, and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut, are honored and delighted to host the International Virtual Seminar on Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture. It is my proud privilege to extend heartiest welcome to you all to this inaugural function. Friends, the technologies based on artificial intelligence have many applications in real world, and agriculture is no exception. Research into artificial intelligence applications for agriculture are still in progress. Scientists have started to explore the possibilities of developing agriculture intelligence-based technologies for agriculture. Some applications are already available in the market and are being rapidly adopted, especially in field of farming techniques. These applications are helping farmers to monitor their crops without need of invigilate personally into the farm. Many startups and enterprises are looking forward to artificial intelligence development in agriculture. The future of artificial intelligence in agriculture is way ahead in offering radical transformations with advanced approaches. In order to explore the enormous scope of artificial intelligence in agriculture, this two-day international virtual seminar on artificial intelligence in agriculture is being organized. The program comprises of combination of lead lectures of the internationally acclaimed experts, specially invited for this purpose. At the onset, we feel extremely honored by the esteemed presence of Dr. Praveen Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Rajendra Nagar, Hyderabad, who has bestowed upon us, so graciously consenting to be our chief guest. It is a matter of great pleasure for all of us that he could find time to be with us in spite of his preoccupations. His presence with us this morning is a source of inspiration for us and a great moral booster to the entire scientific and farming community. On behalf of the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut, and all of us present today, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Praveen Rao, sir. Welcome, sir. I would like to take a few moments in introducing to you our esteemed chief guest, our chief guest of the day, Dr. Praveen Rao. He is an eminent educationist, scientist, and administrator of international repute. He holds a PhD degree in agronomy with specialization in crop water requirements, micro-irrigation scheduling, and fertigation solutions of tropical field and orchard crops, and crop yield water modeling. He has served for 33 years as a teacher, researcher, and administrator in different capacities in the Agricultural University, and is presently Vice Chancellor of Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Hyderabad. He has also served as technical advisor on micro irrigation to serve state governments and expert member on micro irrigation committees in India and abroad. He was international micro irrigation consultant for 5 years in Israel, promoting implementation of sustainable water conservation technologies in 20 Asia Pacific, African, and Latin American countries. Dr. Rao has a distinction of being recipient of many awards and recognitions. Some of them are Meritorious Teachers Award, 1998, Leadership Award for Large-Scale Promotion of Micro-Irrigation Technologies in India and from Soil and Water Conservation Society of India, 2005, Lifetime Achievement Award 2015 for contributions to water management, Mashav Fellowship by Center for International Agriculture Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State of Israel, 1995, and NET Award for Knowledge Contribution in the field of Micro Irrigation Technologies from Netafim Limited, Israel, 2006. He is an international active member of American Society of Agronomy, Soil Science Society of America, American Society of Agriculture and Biological Engineers, International Society of Horticultural Sciences, Asian PGPR Society of Sustainable Agriculture. Besides, he is a life member of many of the Indian societies. There are over a dozen of societies, the member of which he is. He has handled 13 research and 6 consultancy micro irrigation projects in India, Israel, and South Africa. As a technical advisor, he was instrumental in formulation and commissioning of world's largest micro irrigation project covering an area of 0.9 million hectares. The project was a significant milestone in Indian agriculture and set a benchmark for micro irrigation technology applications on a large scale in India. He has also developed a website that is known as www.sugarcanecrops.com concerning sustainable drip irrigated sugarcane production in the benefit of drip irrigated sugarcane growers in several countries like Brazil, India, South Africa, Thailand, Australia, and Philippines, etc. Sir, I extend a very warm welcome to you for accepting our request to grace this occasion and deliver inaugural address. I welcome you, sir. We also feel extremely honored by the esteemed presence of Dr. K.V. Raman, who has bestowed upon us in consenting to be our chief guest of this inaugural session. Professor Raman is currently at Cornell University with International Programs, Department of Global Development as Associate Director of Special Projects and Adjunct International Professor of Plant Breeding at School of Integrative Plant Sciences, Plant Breeding and Genetics Section. Dr. KV has over 3 decades of experience in several areas of international agriculture and rural development. During his early career, he did his MS and PhD research in grain legume improvement at the University of Reading, UK, field research at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Ibadan, Nigeria. After his PhD, he joined the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Cornell University to complete his postdoctoral research on potato post management. Prior to Cornell, he worked at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria and the International Potato Center in Peru, and worked on sweet potato and potato improvement. KV is associated with several donor-funded projects in Mexico, Malawi, India, and many other countries. Dr. Raman is a member of the Board of Management of Cornell Satguru Foundation, an international representative for Society of Technology Management. He's also international member, NAHEP, External Advisory Panel, constituted under NAHEP to provide the ICAR and NAHEP with knowledge, strategic thinking, and innovative approaches for higher education in the long and short-term higher education. Dr. KV Raman has also served as a project director of USAID supported project Center of Excellence for Agriculture in Egypt, and as a faculty fellow in the David R. Atkinson Center for a Sustainable Future. In Asia, he served as the Associate Director of USAID's supported Agriculture Biotechnology Support Project 2 and Project Director for Agriculture Innovation Partnership Project. He coordinates 2 international courses, Agriculture in Developing Nations 1 and 2, as well as Cornell in India programs, which include several capacity development programs at both Cornell and in India. He has traveled extensively to over 30 countries and currently manages several large international projects related to biotechnology, agricultural innovations, executive management programs, agribusiness, and seed industry development. Over 1,000 mid-career scientists from developing countries and over 600 students have participated in the experiential learning courses in international agriculture and rural development. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Raman, who is always supportive for such initiatives and for accepting to grace this function as guest of honor and deliver his address. We are indeed thankful to you, sir, that despite your busy schedule, you have taken time out to be with us. Our sincere gratitude to you, sir. The essence of great leadership is influence and not authority. With this note, I respectfully welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. R.K. Mittal, without whose guidance and leadership this event would not have been possible at this scale. Sir, we welcome you, your leadership, and you keep influencing us. We welcome you, sir, also. It is my great pleasure and honor to express my gratitude to all our eminent speakers who accepted our invitation and are now part of this virtual seminar. They are going to express their views, and I think the future with which this virtual seminar has been organized would be fulfilled. People are going to get lots of insights on artificial intelligence in agriculture, as the experts are real experts, and I welcome Dr. David Bagwenson, who is former Director General of ICRISAT, and Chief Science Officer, Digital Agriculture, E.V.R. Devner, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Sardar Krishinagar Dantewada Agriculture University, Gujarat, Honorable Dr. Pritam Chandra, former Professor of Food Engineering, NIFTEM, and former Director, ICAR, Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering, Bhopal, Professor Moni Madeswamy, former Director General of National Informatics Center and Professor Emeritus at Chairman at Center of Agriculture Informatics and Governance Research Studies, Shobit University, Meerut, Dr. S.K. Som, Joint Director, ICAR, National Academy of Agricultural Research Management, Hyderabad, Dr. R.C. Goyal, Dr. Alka Arora, and Dr. Shashi Dahiya from ICAR, IASRI, New Delhi, Dr. Suresh Kumar from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun, Dr. Srinivas Rao, co-founder, Transex Technologies, Bangalore, Dr. Madhumita Das, Principal Artificial Intelligence Research Engineer at Fazil, Dr. Prakash Kumar, Dell Intel Services, Singapore. We are privileged to have in attendance so many distinguished experts and resource persons. You are all leaders in this field, and I am fully confident that your knowledge, experience, and expertise will provide important insights on artificial intelligence in agriculture. I would like to conclude by again thanking the chief guest of honor and Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, who has honored us by their presence at the opening of the virtual seminar. I wish you all a very successful virtual seminar and assure you of the full support of myself, my colleague Dr. Ravindra Kumar, Dr. Shweta Mishra, Dr. Deepak Shishodia, and Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. I once again welcome you all to this seminar. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the Dean of our college, Dr. Ravindra Kumar, sir, to walk you through what this seminar is about.
Good morning. As we all are aware that the global population is expected to reach more than 9 billion by 2050, and which will require an increase in agriculture production increase in agriculture production for about 70% to fulfill these demands. And we are also aware that as the world population is increasing, the land, water, and the available resources are becoming insufficient to sustain the demand supply chain. And moreover, the traditional methods which are being used by our farmers are also not sufficient to meet out these demands. So under such conditions, we need a smarter approach and become more efficient about how we farm and become more productive. The challenges faced by farmers by using traditional methods of farming can be overcome by the use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can empower machines to execute tasks in real-time situations using cognitive processing as the human mind. Artificial intelligence technology is supporting different sectors to boost productivity and efficiency. Artificial intelligence in agriculture will help farmers to improve their efficiency and reduce environmental hostile impacts. Artificial intelligence can shift the way our food is being produced and simultaneously reduce the agriculture sector emissions. Adapting artificial intelligence technology can help to control and manage any uninvited natural condition. So, application of artificial intelligence in agriculture can guide the farmers through the process of growing, sowing, harvesting, disease and pest management, and to sell the produce. Artificial intelligence services such as recommendation engines, predictive analytics, computer vision can significantly boost agriculture productivity. And I hope that the 2 days international seminar on artificial intelligence will cover all these topics related to artificial intelligence in general, and the application of artificial intelligence in agriculture and biotechnology in particular. I hope that the recommendations of this 2 day seminar will be very useful for researchers to develop their future research plan and to solve several problems which are difficult to solve by application of traditional knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are fortunate to have with us Dr. K.V. Raman as guest of honor, and our Director Research, Dr. Siroi, has already elaborated about his immense contribution in the field of biotechnology and capacity development programs at both Cornell and in India. It's my privilege to invite him for the talk.
Thank you so much, Shweta. And
You are, please unmute yourself, sir.
okay. I'm unmuted. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. And it's a great pleasure. And I bring you greetings from Cornell University. I'm actually right now based here in Seattle, the home of Microsoft and Amazon and all the big IT companies. I have been stranded here waiting for the vaccine so that I could get back to Ithaca. But it is really amazing to see Dr. Praveen Rao. I graduated from his university, so I'm a proud alum of APAU, now PJT SAU, and I've had the opportunity to interact with him during January. Dr. Mittal, it's really a great pleasure to see you because I have been following you since you were ADG at ICAR and also at RAU, and now congratulations to you as the Vice Chancellor of SVP UAT. And David, I don't know if he remembers me, but we have taken our students to ICRISAT when he was the Director General of ICRISAT. So it's a great pleasure to be with you all. And I'm going to go through very briefly. Can you all see the slides? Can you see the slides? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So as you know, it just in brief, because there are about 300 people who are online. This presentation will be made available to whoever is interested. Dr. Sirohi can make it available. Just to go over a brief background about myself, I graduated from APAU, then moved into UK, then to Nigeria, then to Peru, and now at Cornell for over 20 plus years. My involvement in India started during the 80s with ICAR, and I have been involved with India Ag Partnership programs for over 2 decades. We've been managing at Cornell many projects valued at over 150 million. I'm an honorary advisor to the World Bank, NATP, NAIP, and also now currently with NAHEP. And so I don't want to deal in detail, but I think just to give you a brief, that's my background. So what I wanted to do is now I'm going to delve into the potential of artificial intelligence and how it would help agriculture in particular globally first, and then we'll talk about Cornell's interactions through our new institute. It's the Cornell Institute for Digital Agriculture, and I'll give you a little bit of information about that. So going with the big picture, so we all know, and as you probably know, US, the cases have been going up. Today, we are getting at least about 4,000 people who are dying every day. So the COVID-19 pandemic is going to be shaping the future of workplace. 2021 will be the year of transition, and barring any unexpected catastrophes, individuals, businesses, society will have to start looking forward to shaping the future rather than just grinding through the past. We estimate that at least 20% of the total global workplace will be working away from the office, and they will be just as effective. As was mentioned by one of the speakers, demand for food is going to grow, but the supply side is going to face many constraints. Technology information is going to be very critical towards sustainability of food production. Looking at the COVID-19 crisis, we feel that this has created an imperative for both the public and private sector to start looking at their operations with an opportunity to transform them. And to that extent, we feel that digital technologies, artificial intelligence in particular, will enable that productivity flow. So here we are looking at about 5 big applications. One would be smart crop monitoring, connected irrigation, nutrient distribution, etc. through smart crop monitoring, drone farming, looking at the surveillance for pest and disease, image analysis, soil data, etc. Smart livestock monitoring, autonomous farm machinery and smart building and equipment management. Now, when we look at some of the data which is available globally, both through Cornell as well as McKinsey, latest report indicates that artificial intelligence and the use of applications through AI, we can create $500 billion in additional value to the global domestic product by 2030. That's 9 years from now. So these are rough estimates, but if you look at other estimates, there are estimates of over $1 trillion. So in smart crop monitoring, drone farming, smart livestock monitoring, autonomous farm machinery, and smart building and equipment management, these would be the 5 big areas where AI is going to have a huge impact, not only on the GDP, but also on the employment. Now, one of the things what universities such as Cornell and others are looking at is, data analytics is going to be a big thing now. So Google, for example, has its Google Analytics Academy, where they are giving free online certification courses in terms of intelligent data collection and analysis. These are free courses where students can get enrolled. You could do it during the weekends and get yourself Google certified. A Google certification, of course, while it's important, it's also important for the industry which is involved in AI to understand that these students can also build skills. So skill development along with certification is going to be the future for many of our students. And I'm going to give you some examples. As Cornell also has its own certification program, which is given on a virtual platform through eCornell. And it's a course on what we would say it's a 12-week program on, again, we call it data analytics. There are programs such as, Amazon and Microsoft and others, and most of them have got operations both in Bangalore as well as in Hyderabad, where there's a lot of this work which is going on. Now I'm going to talk about, Cornell's role in promoting artificial intelligence in agriculture. So I'm going to split my talk into 3 large areas. One is I'm going to talk about our Cornell Institute for Digital Agriculture. Then I'm going to talk about our partnerships in digital agriculture in India. What are some of the opportunities and challenges as we move forward? So just to give you a brief about Cornell, Cornell was founded in 1865, by Ezra Cornell, and the goal here has been to create a university which is open to all, where any person from any institution, any instruction can find study. So just in brief, Cornell has had about 50 Nobel Prize winners till today, which have been affiliated with our university either as faculty or as alums. We have 5 World Food Prize winners. And in 2019, Wall Street Journal rated as the #1 college for agriculture. So agriculture operations and related sciences, 2019 Wall Street Journal. So we actually have beaten the 116 other schools here in the US. So we have a number of Cornellians who are very famous. On the left side, we have a number of Nobel laureates here. Carl Sagan, who is very well known for his discoveries and work in space. And in the center is Ratan Tata, who is one of our most illustrious alum. And he has endowed a huge endowment at Cornell, and it's called the Tata Cornell India Institute, which is headed by Prabhu Pingali, who is also the chair now of ICRISAT. You have astronauts, you have the Superman, and you have Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a lot of famous Cornellians who have been involved in different areas. So let me now briefly go through what we would call, because this seminar is on artificial intelligence, I'll focus on AI. and talk to you a little bit about Cornell Institute for Digital Agriculture. This institute was formed in October of 2018 with contributions from our alumni. And essentially, our vision is to use AI and digital technologies in order to foster discovery, innovation, to promote sustainable agriculture and food systems. And so we are looking at an integration of different disciplines. Not only are we going to be promoting science, but policy as well as practice. So a few examples of the kinds of things which this institute is involved is, we are looking at robots for milking, automated climate control greenhouses, sensors for soil health, water availability, soil fertility, pest and disease detection, smart farm machinery, which are enabled with global navigation satellite systems, software for use in precision agriculture, tracking crop yield with quality parameters, use of radio frequency identification. And there are plenty of collaborations between the private sector, for example, Microsoft and a couple of other companies such as Corteva and others are involved in this collaborative effort. So just to give you a brief, Cornell has what is called the Cornell Center for Technology Licensing. In a very good year, you would find, I'm not talking just of AI, but inventions disclosures in general, in a good year, for every working day, there would be one invention disclosure which the university would file for. So when we look at AI, just in 2020, we have developed a new imaging method to view soil at the atomic scale. We have used the computer vision, automation, and robotics to increase yields of temperate crops such as apples, computer modeling and outreach to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in food processing facilities. We are using robots to phenotype crop plants. And with the help of Sadhguru Management Consultants, we have developed a mobile app for BT eggplant farmers in Bangladesh. Now, I think one of the things what we find when we want to promote AI or the digital applications, we are aggressively working with what is called hackathons. Hackathons are basically, let's say, an extension of the certification which you might get through Google or through Cornell, but this is essentially a skill building exercise on how students would use artificial intelligence in order to solve complex problems in animal agriculture or in agriculture in general. We give prizes of about $2,500 or more for first prize, second prize, and third prize. And these are quite easy to establish in a state agricultural university system. We are opening up our hackathons worldwide to anybody, any student from any university can actually sign up. It has to be a group of 6, and they have to have a good idea, and they can present it. It takes about 36 hours for this hackathon. We have mentors at Cornell, and which includes people from Microsoft as well as Google and others who would serve as mentors. So I think what is important is that these hackathons, if implemented well in a state agricultural university system, it could bring a lot of skill building, which could be very, very applicable to future job opportunities. So what I'm going to do now is just going to show you a 3-minute video on how Cornell runs its digital agriculture hackathons. Our hackathon involves the big 5 agricultural universities, one from China, one from Brazil, Wageningen University, Cornell University, UC Davis, and we are now opening this up to other US land grants. Michigan State University is planning to send their students virtually. But as I mentioned, we would love to have students from Indian state agricultural universities join this hackathon. So let me just play this video, and I hope you all can hear.
Hackathons are a great way to take an idea, as small as that may be, and evolve it.
It's a really unique learning opportunity. You have a short amount of time and an incredible amount of freedom to solve problems in a totally different way.
And it's something that, even in industry that we can utilize to work with some of the issues or problems that we see arising. I sort of look at it as a huge brainstorming activity with so many different ideas.
This is my first hackathon, so pretty much everything has surprised me, especially the number of people that turns out here, more than 150 students.
I was a little surprised at how many postgrads, not just undergrads, were involved, and I thought that was awesome. I was also surprised at just the diversity of people and where they're from. It was a very inclusive and diverse and eclectic mix of folks involved.
And they're working together and they all bring different perspectives. You couple that with mentors and you get something pretty powerful happening in 2.5 days.
The more people we can get coming in, whether it's food science or it's health or it's environmental or it's computer science or whatever the particular skill set that they bring, we're going to be able to form these teams that we're going to have new looks and new approaches to go after the problems.
I think it's fantastic when you bring students who don't have an agricultural background in. When you mix it with students who do have an agricultural background, you get this really cool mix that I think actually creates better answers than either group could come up with on their own.
We know in business that the more diverse ideas and ways to go after an idea that you can come up with, the better the result will be.
Seeing how these teams can approach a problem that we may have thought we fixed or figured out, but there's a new spin to it. There's a new set of constraints. There's just a new mental model that the students are able to bring.
The main purpose of the hackathon is thinking out of the box. Having those different expertise help them to think beyond the box.
What I love about the Cornell students is that they were really good asking for help. And that's a huge thing in business. It takes collaboration. It takes finding the skills or parts of the team members that you don't have or that you know is missing in your team. As an entrepreneur in Cargill, it has given me some new energy to take back to my team.
There's a real passion for the topics that each of the teams has selected. That's really neat to see, and it surprises me only in that I didn't expect them to have such a crisp idea on what they want to impact at this point in their college life.
Saying yes to things like this, coming here and spending a weekend, it will set you apart. It will give you an edge. The opportunity comes to do it again, say yes again, right? Say yes to more things than you say no, and you're going to have a lot of opportunities.
Never hesitate to state your idea. Never hide the crazy ideas. Just come forward. This is the platform where you can test your ideas.
There's nothing better than new ideas and new concepts for digital agriculture and agriculture in general.
This has been a really great experience for me, and it's been really rewarding. This is the first
ideas.
There's nothing better than new ideas and new concepts for digital agriculture and agriculture in general.
This has been a really great experience for me, and it's been really rewarding. This is the first one for CETA. I can only imagine how future ones are going to go from here. So it's just really exciting.
So I hope you get an idea of how these hackathons are done. And let me see if I can just close this and get back to, give me a minute here. All right. So one thing what is important is, when we do these hackathons, I have to tell you that at Cornell, about when we look at the student profile, we get an average of about 1,000 students from India. Of course, majority of those students, they would go into fields such as engineering or computer science, or, majority are from IIT. We also get a couple of students who come in for masters or even for undergrad in the field of agriculture and life sciences. So when we do this hackathon, it's really interesting that we are able to combine the students from different parts of the country, different disciplines. So nearly 50 fields of study across 11 schools, they come together. So agriculture and animal science students have the opportunity to work with computer science students in groups of 4 or 5. And here on the left, you can see here, we have 3 students of Indian origin. One of them is Shashank here. You have Saurabh, and then you have Soumya. And then you have a student who is doing her nutritional sciences, and she's from human ecology. And they were able to, in about 36 hours, given a good idea, they were able to develop the skills, present a very convincing case about last mile delivery of data-driven market optimization of fresh produce sales for rural farmers. The second one is on best data and analytics for soil-borne pathogen testing. Here you have UC Davis, Wageningen, and of course, Cal students from Cornell. So this is a really a very interesting way to engage Indian students, SAU students in particular, in our hackathons. They need to have a little bit of basic understanding about how to use data analytics if they want to get involved, but it's not needed. There are a number of students who are plain agricultural students who join with students who have basic understanding of analytics, and they're able to come up with these big ideas and solve them. And this is really something really great. So now I'm going to go through very briefly about Cornell's partnerships with the state agriculture universities in India. Long back when Dr. Paroda was the DG for ICR, we did a historic landmark MOU, first of its kind for any US land grant university. This MOU enables us to work with ICR research stations, and also it enables us to develop partnership projects with many state agriculture universities through independent MOUs. We have also established what is the Cornell Sadhguru Foundation for Development, and Dr. Praveen Rao's faculty are quite involved with some of the village development programs there, where I think IT technologies have a great potential to be used. So we are supporting state agriculture universities, higher administration, vice chancellors in particular. Their support is critical for us to get engaged in these international collaborative projects. Of course, at the end, identification of funding for collaborations is essential. So our current Cornell India partnerships with the state agriculture universities include, 2 courses which we are running with Professor Praveen Rao's university, as well as Kerala Agriculture University, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. And so we have also run this with the SVP UAT, where students from Cornell as well as India get engaged digitally during the fall semester, where they do the courses together, they do the group projects together. And during the fall session, students from India, they visit Cornell, they get engaged, exposure to our different programs, AI, plus other programs. It's a broad exposure program. The Indian students, they return back to India. Cornell students then go during the winter break, that's January, and then they get engaged in different projects. They could be on supply chain management, they could be on agribusiness management, where AI is a component which could be integrated along with other group projects which they are doing. The other one which we do every year is an executive development program for state agriculture university faculty, as well as mid and senior level people from the private sector in agribusiness management and seed industry development. Currently, we have a Gates supported project for curriculum improvement, where we are looking at agribusiness and food systems and entrepreneurship. And within entrepreneurship, our idea is to figure out how we can promote hackathons, through some virtual modes, just like the one which I just presented earlier. So these are all great opportunities which we see as we move forward. So moving forward, we feel that radical collaboration can be further enhanced, where AI and other technologies could be promoted. One would be the National Agricultural Higher Education Project, which I was just discussing a little bit earlier with Dr. Mittal. I think there are opportunities here where we could be looking at training faculty in the area of AI, training students in how hackathons could be done, and skill development could be improved. Faculty exchange through National Agriculture Higher Education Project, Borlaug, and ICR fellowships. And finally, it would be great if SAUs could consider developing a virtual center. And this virtual center could be between universities, or it could be based in regionally. I leave it up to the management to decide how they would like to promote this. But if there was this virtual center created at both ends, we could actually be promoting effectively hackathons. We could also be looking at agribusiness competitions. We could be looking at faculty development, curriculum development, engaging more effectively, I would say, through the virtual medium. So I think, as we look to the future, the demand for the food is going to grow. And as per the studies which have been done through McKinsey and also through the Cornell Institute for Digital Agriculture, we feel that a majority of the workforce as we go forward will be needed in this huge booming industry, which we have rated as at least 500 billion or more. In India, I'm sure there have been studies internally to figure out what the market size is. The growth of IT companies, especially in areas such as Hyderabad and Bangalore, gives a great opportunity for State Agriculture University, as well as students within these universities, to think broadly on whether they could take certification courses which are available free online in order to improve and get certification. It can be either through Google, it could be either through Microsoft, it could be either through Amazon, it could be either through Cornell, or it could be either through any big university which offers these data analytics courses. Once you have taken these courses, you can develop your skills, either joining for internships in some of these AI companies which are there in India, especially Hyderabad, Bangalore, and even in Delhi. Or you could work and develop your own skills if you could get involved with hackathons. I feel that by integrating a data analytics component in your curriculum plus hackathons, which actually we are looking at about 36 hours of intense work with good faculty mentoring. These kinds of students could get at least between 5 to 8 credits within their undergraduate or graduate programs. So if there was this flexibility in terms of integrating these new ideas so that AI could be promoted in the curriculum, I think we are going to be bringing out students, number one, who would be marketable. Number two, they would address some really big global challenges through the use of AI. And with that, I think I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to present this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Can we have some very quick questions from the audience? Okay.
I see Dr. Peetam Chandra there. Dr. Sai Rizvi sends his regards to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Raman. Nice to see you here today.
Go ahead.
I can see Dr. Moni has joined. Dr. Praveen Chandra has joined. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you.
Okay, so thank you, sir. As we have participants from all over the country, and I'm sure your vision for digital agriculture will be carried forward, and the students and faculty will get a new amplitude through the Agri-Tech hackathons and collaborations. So now we move forward, and I am profusely elated to request our revered chief guest, Dr. Praveen Rao, the Vice Chancellor of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University, who has been a torchbearer of micro-irrigation system for sustainable water conservation technologies in India and abroad. I request you for the talk, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Raman. Always, it has been pleasure to hear you, and you have set a very good setting for this international seminar. Thank you, Dr. Mittalji, Professor, say what you call respected Vice Chancellor of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology. Thank you, sir. And also Dr. Anil Sirohi. David, I'm seeing you after a long time. Nice to see you here. Say what you call, thank you once again for the support you have given when you were here in ICRISAT. And then after that, Peter, now we have a new head from IRI. Okay. Now coming back to actually this seminar, Dr. what you call, Honorable Vice Chancellor Mittalji called me 2 days back, 2-3 days back, and he said that why not you join this program and share your experiences. So I'm not an expert of artificial intelligence, but let me be honest, for the last 8 or 9 months, I would say, we are swimming in this technology. We have today on the field at least 8 to 9 experiments that are underway involving both farmers, students, and our faculty. So I said to him, and we had a very good learnings, most of them challenges, and we find a pathway for the solutions in the days to come. So I thought that I will share these learnings which we had in the last 8 to 9 months. And as rightly pointed out by Dr. K.V. Raman, he has specifically emphasized on the prospects of students and as well as the opportunities, their marketability, employability. Now, when we come to our program in the university, we were looking on 3 aspects. One is students for sure, since we are an agricultural university. Then we are looking at 2 other components. One is R&D, how we can improve our efficiency in the what you call research component. Then the third one is farmers, how we can bring value proposition to the farmers. So these are the 3 what you call objectives with which we are trying to work in this field. Then coming to the another aspect, we found that in the what you call this ecosystem, unless we build a complete enabling environment in the university, I believe that we have very strong challenges to encounter. To start with, we had an what you call very good environment in the state, because the state has declared this year as an year of artificial intelligence. This is one. Then number 2, we have good support from the national government IT department to our state IT department. So they are in collaboration, and any problems or any challenges we are encountering, we had a solution. Then number 3, what you call, we started this work. We started this work not today. We started some of them unknowingly. When the new state was formed in 2014, we thought that why not we map the entire state from the agriculture point of view. So we started mapping the food consumption patterns in the state, and there that we did it in 2017 for about 132 commodities. We mapped the entire state for soil resources, say what you call fertility status, depth and all that. Then we mapped all the crops and cropping systems, yields, and so on and so forth. So unknowingly, we were building up a database, which actually has become an handy for us today on several aspects. Today, we know how many farmers we have, what is the holding size of each farmer, what crops he is growing, what soil type he has, say what are the crops he has raised in the last say what you call 3 or 4 seasons. So we have that entire data, each individual farmer wise with our agriculture department, which is shared to us, which has been made possible by our agricultural officers. So like that, we were building the data, which has become very handy for us today. Then another important thing, what we have done is we have not gone for only collaborations, but also we have entered into some partnerships, particularly PPP mode with private and as well as some major companies like Tech Mahindra, Tech Mahindra is underway, say Bayer is underway. So we have entered into with World Economic Forum, with Coromandel, with TAFE. So we have entered into partnerships with them to implement these technologies at the field level. So these are some of the background information which I wanted to give, which will be handy when I deal with this topic in the next few slides. I will try to be as crisp as possible, because subsequently, if anybody has any questions or we can network and I can share with you all the information. Here I will try to share some of the, environment which we have built up in the university and some of the trials which we are at the field level we are doing and data related to it. Next. So as you know that this is the success story of Indian agriculture, and today we talk of surplus production in the country, and there is a national objective today to enhance the farmer's income. That is where this topic becomes very, very relevant. And you can also see starting from 2000 to 2017, there is a huge buildup of the value for the agriculture in this country. Next. Now, these are the challenges actually, which are not only global, but we also see at the state level, at the national level. Population is rising, as we know that it is expected that it will be about 170 crores or by 1.7 billion by 2050. Then there is a demographic change with regards to rapid urbanization is taking place. Of course, COVID has somewhat reversed it. Many people have gone to villages that we are trying to analyze in our state. Then water is going to be a scarce commodity. It is declining, competitive. Of course, there is another element which we haven't looked at. There is a huge wastage of food and losses that we in the agri-food value chain. Then vulnerability to climate change, I need not emphasize. This year, the Telangana had 147% rainfall and floods in the city as well as in the villages. Then there is a public discourse. Next. Now, this is one important thing where these agri-techs have an important role to play. And we have seen that in the recent past, there has been a huge change in the food consumption patterns at our state as well as at the country level. Now, if you look at these things, now you can see dairy products, eggs and fruits and vegetables are going to be wherein the consumer is spending huge money. Okay, so nearly 57% of it is spent only on these two components, and next comes the cereals. Now at the country level also, next slide. Now at there is another slide which I will show you. This is another important aspect which we have to look at, wherein this artificial intelligence or the smart farming comes into the picture. We can see that there is a huge incremental opportunity for oil seeds and fruits and vegetables. And apart from that, if you look at the productivity levels due to variability, it is not that we are not able to achieve the productivity levels that is being achieved in other countries, but there is a huge variability in the productivity across the say agriculture ecosystem. So due to several reasons, inefficiency in the production system. So this is one aspect which actually brings us to this smart farming for application. Next. Now you have a good enabling environment in the country today, say with regards to telecom subscribers, internet subscribers, active social media users, you name it, e-commerce penetration, m-commerce penetration. So there is a huge enabling environment that we have in this country for these technologies to make it happen. Next. Now, so as you know that there is a saying that internet knows you better than your spouse does today. So many of say today my details are known to everybody, say what you call, rather than to my family or family members in a lighter way. So this is how it has disrupted our lives. So wherein we have an opportunity to look at. Next. Now, these are the challenges. What we noticed is when we surveyed in our state, we noticed these are the, say what you call, 4 major challenges what we have today, why the farmers are in distress. One is there is a lot of vacuum with regards to the agronomic knowledge that is available with the farmers, which between us and the farmers. This is one big challenge. Then the second challenge, what we noticed is the farmer says that the production costs are rising, whereas the yield levels are not getting enhanced, or there is a, say, low value realization from the sales. Even though the productivity is high, there is a low value realization from the sales, and there is a high risk, say what you call, and low access to the finance. So these are the 4 major challenges. You name it, several other things, whatever you say, high fertilizer use, climate change, all can be grouped into these 4 major challenges, which we found out from the, say what you call, farmers. Next. Now, this is with regards to the COVID has brought the disruption in the, say what you call, agricultural food supply chain. There was a disruption of markets, labor scarcity, consumer demand for safe food. Government reforms have come at the same time. And these have led to, say what you call, few very good, interesting pathways. There was a rise to business platforms that, say what you call, from wholesaler to retailer, say what you call, manufacturer to wholesaler, and so on and so forth. There was an emergence of directly farm to consumer brands have been, say what you call, emerged. Then there is a huge, say what you call, particularly when I say consumer demand for safe food, blockchain technology has come, traceability has become a big issue. So to smart farming, whether you talk of drones, you talk of, say what you call, satellite, remote sensing data, you name it, I will deal few of them there. Then creation of e-markets was one of the initiatives which we have taken up here. So these are some of the, say what you call, changes or disruptions that have taken place. Next. But there are certain things. Now, if you look at a recent report by the, so what you call, the government of India, we see that there is a huge opportunity for agri sector in this country. As Dr. Raman has put it, 500 billion at the, say, international level. Now, at the state level, there were very good changes. And this is the growth estimates in percentage in the next few years, which we see in dairy 67%, aquaculture 70%, horticulture 80%, agri input. So this is how, so what people see, the, say what you call, the percentage in the agri sector, opportunities they have. So this has been mapped. Then next, another important thing, another important Another important thing, what we see is, if you look at there were estimates that for the last so what called few years, if you look at today, the agriculture is valued at something like, say, what I have some numbers, wherein it is about 145 million USD today in India. Then say 100 to 120 million, dairy 145, horticulture 100 to 120, and animal protein about 45 to 50. And it is expected that the dairy industry, which is about 145 million USD, may reach by 2050 something like 350, 400 million USD. So like that, agriculture to 250 to 300. So like that, there are huge opportunities in this sector, which we can fill the gap and so on and so forth. Next. Now, this is one challenge which we are facing today in a big way. Yes, artificial intelligence is good. The, so what you call, technologies are available. say what you call, but the issue is how we can bring in value proposition to the farmer. So we are having a big challenge with regards to the data. So the data is scattered. If we look at, say what you call, we find that, say what you call, data is scattered, that data available with different stakeholders is not in a format that is, so what you call, straight away can be used in these programs. Capturing is an issue. Storage is an issue. Data transfer, it's processing. So now we are working with SatSure. When he asks us the data, whatever data we provide him, he says that it is not in a utilizable form for me to say what you call, develop a algorithm or say what you call, use the artificial intelligence techniques for it. So there is a huge say what you call, gap in this data. So what we call, this is one challenge which is faced by this entire artificial intelligence or startup ecosystem. So first of all, any state, if they have to move forward in these technologies, so the most important thing is the interoperability of data, open data, or some data policy, building of data stacks, say what you call, which are usable, and building of platforms for data, so that people, whoever has a solution, he can come, he can use that data, and he can deliver the solution to the farmer. So this is one big challenge. So there is a big change in the way we have to work. Earlier, when we had farmer as the center of our all the activities, now the data will be the center of all the activities, and we have to develop APIs, say what you call, for all the data, so that anybody can use it, and we should have a policy for it. And for this purpose, we are IT department of Telangana, and we are working together to develop a platform so that say the IT experts or the agri startups can come and deliver their solutions to the farmer. This is one I want to highlight. Next. Now, even the way we have to work with the farmers have to change. So what you call, the old traditional value chain model will not work. We have to develop the digital platforms, descriptive, real-time, predictive, and prescriptive analytics will play a big role. So what you call, in delivering the solutions to the farmer. Next. Now, this is what I said, that we have so what you call data, but in isolation. So we have to bring in, say, availability, quality, formats, safe access, heterogeneity, scalability, you name it. So these are all the things which we have to build. Now we have made an so what you call movement in this direction. We have built up huge data, but it is still a lot of deficiencies exist there, and we are trying to build a platform for this. Next. And we are now trying to capture the data in different formats through paper surveys, digital surveys, say what you call phone-based capturing, say what you call passive mobile, say what you call through GPS, then say registration usage. So you name it, process data, human source data, machine data, you call it. So we are trying to develop this data. So now we are using sensors, we are using the drones, we are using the automatic weather stations in our state. But of course, say in the future, this has to become like wherein big players have to enter, big players have to build the, say what you call infrastructure across the country, across the state, wherein we can use that data and then say, deliver the solutions to the farmer. Next. So huge data, we have structured data, very little, most of it is unstructured data. We have to, say what you call, process it to make it available to meet the demands of the, say what you call, entrepreneurs. Next. Now, this is the architecture which we are trying to build up for a data platform, what we call it as Telangana Common Agriculture Information Platform, wherein, say what you call, the data from all the sources, we are trying to put it on one platform. It may take some time to achieve this, and also at the same time, it will be a dynamic, it will be continuous work that will be growing on. So we have just built up a framework. We are trying to so what you call move forward on this issue. Next. So this is the just to have a continuity. Next. Now, this is what we are looking at the picture, wherein, say what you call, we are trying to develop a, say what you call, database. So we are trying to develop the database using robotics, sensors, satellites, UAVs, mainly drones, and GPS tracking. So all our research work, all our, say what you call, the work which we are doing in this artificial intelligence or smart farming, we are trying to use, as on today, we are using robotics. As on today, we are using sensors. As on today, we are using satellite data. So what you call drones for developing standard protocols, for developing, so what you call, database. And we are trying to also develop database, say what you call, which the government publishes, which the process data that will be there with the seed companies, fertilizer department, and so on and so forth. So using this data, say how we can analyze using the big data analytics, or say what you call algorithms, or you name it, whatever that is there. I will share some of them what we are doing. Then we are trying to use the precision tools for making this happen. Say what we call how we can apply at the ground level. So smart delivery and control. So this is the framework which we are using in our university for making it happen, the artificial intelligence and the next. Now this is how we are. So at the crop level, sensors, at the so we are trying to build up the platforms through remote sensing, proximal sensing, mostly sensors and other this one. Then big data analytics, maps, say what called Internet of Things, geographical information systems. Then for decision making, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning we are using today. Say what you call algorithms, we are trying to develop decision support systems. We are trying to build for the soil database. Then variable rate technology, how we can adopt. So this is the process. So here, this artificial intelligence and all thing is one part. So you have to build this entire ecosystem, say starting from data, the platforms for, say what you call this data, then it's analytics, then say what you call using this big data for artificial intelligence for developing the solutions, and then actuation, how to implement it at the field level. So this, unless we build up this entire ecosystem, I'm afraid that we will not be able to bring in the value proposition to the farmers. Next. Okay, this is how the smart farming. I'll skip it very quickly. Next. So these are all the some of the building blocks what we have for this smart farming. Next. Now these are some of the push factors, pull factors, which I have already mentioned in the beginning. But the main thing is today you have an enabling environment in the push factors, that is due to technological developments like IoT, precision agriculture, say sophisticated technology like GNSS, satellite imaging, advanced sensing, robots. So, and whereas the drivers are to enhance the efficiency in the production system, profitability, sustainability, environmental concern, macro level food and nutritional security, food safety. So these are all the say push and pull factors. Today we have, actually we can make it happen provided we work in a very, so what you call defined framework. Now we have identified some of these things in the value chain. What are those solutions that can be? So we had a brainstorming session, and then we defined, say, what are those opportunities what we have, which the service providers can provide us with regards to this one. This is say in a, say what you call this may change with the development of technologies. This may change with the build up of the knowledge, but as of now, we have built up this framework at different levels what we have next. Then these are some of the technologies which we have identified, which we understand from the stakeholders wherein, and we are trying to address some of them. For example, we are trying to address the input side demands. We are trying to address the sowing windows, sowing intelligence, what we call it as, and we also worked during the Kharif season on developing tillage index, sowing intelligence, inputs, say input side demands, sowing progression, we have estimated, area estimation we have done crop wise and variety wise, and mapping of soil and water resources. In crop health monitoring, we are trying to address this season by installing the sensors in the field particularly nutrient stress, water stress, and also pest and disease. This season we are trying to do it. And also we are trying to develop some with the millers, rice millers, the quality aspect. So these are some of the things which we have taken. Now these are some of the examples which we have done. Say for example, we have tried to work out the say what you call the areas under say particular variety. So we have used the 3 districts. So we have straight away taken it to the field level, wherein we have used 3 districts for operationalizing this program. This is in collaboration with World Economic Forum, Telangana State IT Department, and SatSure is the startup which has been involved. So this is the data which we have tried to say what you call work for the Telangana Sona variety. What is the spread it has, and 2 more varieties which have worked in next. Now you can see here in 3 districts, we have done ground truthing, we have done drone mapping, and we have also tried to use the satellite data, wherein this SatSure has developed the algorithms for this. So cotton crop, paddy crop, so what you call in 2 districts, cotton crop in 1 district. And we found that the validation accuracy is varying between 91.3 to 96.5 among the different crops. So this is one study which we have made. We had very good learnings in this, and we are now trying to do it for another season to validate it next. Then this is the identification of rice varieties. This is another so what you call work we have done. Area we have say worked out for about 184 hectares, wherein by drones we have mapped 47.4 hectares, and that was also again done. The crop ground truthing was also done by our KVKs. Next. Now you can see here. So the so what you call drone data we have used. Spatial resolution was 6 centimeters. Ground truthing was done for 72 farms. And the varieties involved were KNM 118 and Telangana Sona. The big data was something like, you can see here how many pixels it is running to several crores. So distribution of varieties. So this is how we have captured this data. Next. And now we can see here, say what you call overall accuracy was something like 89%. For KNM 118, it was 82%. And RNR, that is Telangana Sona, it was 94%. So for varietal identification, we have used the deep learning approach, wherein because we have entered into a collaboration with ISB for branding of this variety, because this variety is a, say what you call low glycemic index it has. It is good for the type 2 diabetics. So there is a huge demand for this variety. So we thought that we'll map this in the entire state. Next. Then drones, this is another experiment which is going on for 5 crops. Which we are developing standard operating protocols for spraying, wherein the swath width, the so what you call droplet density, the type of molecule suitability, say what we call this we are doing with in collaboration with partnership with say what you call few drone companies. And we have also applied, there are some regulatory issues. We are trying to solve it, sort it out with the help of the national government and our IT department. But we are trying to monitor it. And this season, what we have done is, another important thing is that our AG Hub Foundation, we have assessed about 88 startups that are available in the country. Out of that, we have picked up 12 startups, and which involves so what you call robotics for weed control, which involves soil testing, so what you call for nutrient management, which involves spraying protocols, crop health monitoring. So they are working with our schemes at the field level at tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that means instead of Hyderabad, we have sent them to the districts, wherein in collaboration with these schemes, they are working. So in the next 2 years, we will be having for 5 crops, standard operating protocols for pesticide spraying. Say what you call, apart from that, we will also have, say what you call, solutions for crop health monitoring, so soil testing, and as well as also at the miller level, rice milling level, the quality parameters. And in 2 cases, we are also addressing the FPOs, how we can bring them to the, link them to the marketing. Next. So this is one, say what you call, framework what we have, starting from the farmer, collecting the farmer information, assessing his credit, say through satellite imagery, through weather data, through third-party variation, then find optimal inputs for him, aggregate and arrange for the logistics, particularly the inputs. Then we go to the planning stage of the crop production, wherein we utilize sensors, satellite imagery, drone mapping, weather data. Then we link it to the market. So this is one in the entire value chain we are. Now, one important lesson what we have learned is, unless in the entire value chain, there is a cooperation between different technology providers, it is not possible to provide a value proposition to the farmers. If we are trying to dwell only with one aspect, then we are finding it very difficult to bring in value proposition. So there is a need for the partnerships, even among the startups, to address the entire value chain. That is where we say that platform based technology providers is very, very important. Next. Then this is another one which this season we are taking up, wherein we are installing the sensors, which we were working for some time in our water technology center. Now we are taking it to the field, how to schedule irrigations, and this we are addressing in the groundnut crop. Next. Then this robotics is another one, which we are addressing at presently in crops which have distance of about between rows of about 2.5 feet or 75 centimeters and orchards. So we are working with this one with one company. So who is on the field now, he is in the process of fine tuning or calibrating, which I have come to understand from my DR yesterday. So that is the stage wherein we are. This one. Next. Then greenhouses is another one, wherein we are trying to address, because we have about 600 to 700 greenhouses in and around Hyderabad. We are trying to address this. We haven't initiated it. How we can address it is another aspect which we are looking at. Next. So these are the this is my last slide. So we see that this is how the emerging technologies and benefits we have for the stakeholders. So wherein unless we bring in value proposition to these stakeholders, I'm afraid that these technologies will not move. So to summarize, I'll put it that building an ecosystem for this, wherein in the universities you should have a separate division to deal with it. Now we are looking at establishing a electronics and machinery division. We have AG Hub Foundation, which takes care of these cohorts regularly, hackathons or cohorts regularly, and then taking them to the field, connecting to the PG and PhD students, and as well as the respective schemes to work and validate their solutions, or some of the startups which they are coming to us, wherein we are fine-tuning their technologies. This is one. Then number 2 is building up the data in a big way. This is one. Then having infrastructure in place. Developing certificate courses, which we are doing with we have a GMR airport here to start with. We are starting with the drone technologies to give a training to the human resource, which from the unemployed youth from the villages, we are addressing that. So these are, and also building up the knowledge base, for field application at the farmers level. So the challenges are today data, upscaling technologies at the farmer level. So with this, I sum up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us insights about the AI and in agricultural innovation, and promoting and adapting AI technologies in your state for food security, and how to handle the data digitalization of agriculture and evolving the value chains. So thank you again, sir, and it will be a pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. So now let us have the pleasure of listening to the opening remarks of the chairman of this session, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. R.K. Mittal. Sir, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jay Shankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Rajendra Nagar, and chief guest of this international seminar on artificial intelligence in agriculture, Dr. Praveen Rao ji, Honorable Dr. K.V. Raman, Honorable guest of honor of this program, Dr. David Bergvinson. Unmute, Kelly. It's okay? Yeah. Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Chief Guest, Dr. Praveen Rao, Dr. K.V. Raman, Honorable Guest of Honor of this international webinar on artificial intelligence in agriculture, Dr. David Bergvinson, former Director General of ICRISAT. I think he recognized me when I was working in ICR. I had frequent interaction with you people. Respected Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, former Vice Chancellor, SDAE, and he has been my boss in ICR also. So good morning to all of you. Dr. M. Moni, Program Director and former DG and IC. Dr. S.K. Som, Joint Director. I can see Dr. Vijay Raghavan has also joined us. Dr. Preetam Chandra, former Professor of Food Engineering, NIFTEM, and former Director, CIA Bhopal. Dr. J.S. Mahal of PAU, Dr. R.C. Goyal, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Dr. Alka Arora, Dr. Shashi Daya, Dr. Madhumita Das, Dr. K.V. Rao, Dr. Prakash Kumar, and Dr. Srinivasan, all eminent speakers. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you this morning on the occasion of this Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture webinar. I am delighted and in fact benefited from the two presentations we had this morning by Dr. Raman and Dr. Praveen Rao. In fact, my knowledge is very little, or I must say I'm ignorant about the artificial intelligence in agriculture. And the genesis of this seminar is that about 2 weeks ago, I talked to my colleagues here about this concept and knowing about it. So I requested them to arrange a seminar on this. So instead of giving a seminar on their own to me and to our faculty staff, they said that why don't we listen to the experts in this field? And immediately I agreed to that, and I tried to request all of you to kindly give us time and give us the benefit of your experience and expertise in this field. And the first one, I tried Dr. Praveen Rao because I heard that he has done, he and his university under his guidance has done a lot of work in Andhra Pradesh, and I know of Bangalore also, but I was accessible to Dr. Praveen Rao, and I'm so glad, Dr. Praveen Rao, that you accepted my request to that. And today I'm so delighted that you made such an excellent presentation that leaves nowhere that we can, we will need to know more about that in due course of time. Of course, Dr. Raman talked about this hackathon and collaboration in NIHB project. That's very wonderful, in fact, and we will try to collaborate in those two programs. And Dr. Praveen Rao, he talked about the objective of your program, like the Students' Pursuit, improvement in R&D and farmers' value addition. That's wonderful. And the major challenges you are trying to address the agronomic insight vacuum, then rising production cost, high risk of low access to finance, and low relationship for sale. So these these four major challenges you have tried to address there. And your excellent presentation, of course, this illustrious presentation has made us more knowledgeable in this field. So I just have the little knowledge about this artificial intelligence concept, but I know that the worldwide agriculture is a 5 trillion industry. The global population is expected to reach more than 9 billion by 2050, which will require an increase in agriculture production by about 70% to fulfill the demand. Indian government is also putting considerable efforts in improving supply chain, marketing, and productivity augmentation under the doubling farmers' income agenda. Indian agriculture is primarily dependent on natural resources. Degradation of land, reduction in soil fertility, increased dependence on fertilizer, pesticides for production, pest outbreaks, climate change, dependency on rainwater are the major factors affecting Indian agriculture. The challenges faced by farmers by using traditional methods of farming can be overcome by use of artificial intelligence, as very well shown by Dr. Praveen Rao in his presentation. Artificial intelligence is intelligence demonstrated by machine, as I understand, in contrast to the natural interest and intelligence displayed by humans and animals. It is the automation of activities one can associate with human thinking, like speech recognition, natural language understanding and translation, knowledge management, image analysis, decision-making, learning, etc. Artificial intelligence-driven technologies are emerging to improve the efficiency with respect to crop and soil monitoring, weather forecasting, predictive agricultural analytics, markets and supply chain efficiency. The cloud computing infrastructures with the use of data ecosystems, Internet of Things, and AI enables the development of digital agriculture and strengthen the farmers in practicing smart farming, smart irrigation, smart fertilizer application, disease pest diagnosis and detection, smart spraying and harvesting. We have seen just now in the presentation of Dr. Praveen Rao all about this. Machine learning and soft computing methods with pattern recognition through image and video, like the drone cameras, satellite imagery for surveillance, data processing are being used worldwide in monitoring and managing various farm operations and predictions. Education in artificial intelligence is introduced in most of the educational institutions worldwide, but of course not to that extent in India. And so is the need for including it in the curricula of bachelor's program in India, so that the full potential of artificial intelligence can be harnessed for agricultural research and development in the country. Of course, certain universities are doing very good in this aspect, but not like ours. We have not started any program in this direction, but of course would like to contribute to our knowledge about this aspect and raise the farming income through application of artificial intelligence technologies. So there are so many other speakers, and we would like to listen them in the next technical session. So I stop myself here and I look forward to hearing Dr. David Bergisens, Dr. Maheshwari, Dr. Peetam Chandra, and many others in the following session. So with this, I conclude here and thank you very much for joining us this morning on this occasion of having this international webinar on artificial intelligence in agriculture. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your address has set a perfect platform for a speaker to deliver their talk. come to the inaugural function. It has been a pleasure to host all the participants of this event. We have been fortunate to have eminent persons from academia and industry. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Dr. Praveen Rao sir, and the guest of honor, Dr. Gracing the inaugural function. I take the opportunity to thank all the speakers, Dr. David Burlinson, Dr. Pritam Chandra, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari sir, Dr. Moni, Dr. Som, Dr. Alka Rao, Dr. R.C. Goyal, Dr. Shashi Daya, Dr. Madhumita, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Srivatsa for gracing the event with their presence. I thank Dr. R.K. Mittal, the Vice Chancellor of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, for his inspiring mentorship. I thank Dr. R. Kumar, Dean College of Biotechnology, and Dr. Anil Sirohi, Director Research of our university, for their eminent support in organizing this event. I thank all my colleagues and all other members for extending their support and for their silent contribution towards the success of this event. So we close the inaugural function with our national anthem, and can we all stand up in respect? Thank you. Now we quickly move on to the technical session 1, and I would request Dr. R.C. Maheshwari sir, the former Vice Chancellor of Sardar Krishi Nagar Dantewada Agriculture University, Gujarat, to chair this session, and Dr. Pritam Chandra sir, the former Director of CIAE Bhopal, to co-chair. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor and Dr. Sisodia will be the rapporteurs for this session. So let me quickly introduce our chair and co-chair to the audience. So I take the opportunity to introduce Dr. R.C. Maheshwari sir. He was the former Vice Chancellor of Sardar Krishi Nagar Dantewada Agriculture University, Gujarat. He has also served as Assistant Director General in ICAR prior to his appointment as Vice Chancellor. He has been an eminent scientist and professor of agricultural engineering and an alumnus of G.B. Pantnagar University and IIT Kharagpur. The innovations and initiatives taken by him as Vice Chancellor in Gujarat include the community engagement of scientists and students with farmers and farm women, and introducing the seed village concept and my village concept. And he has been instrumental for the crop improvement programs in Gujarat, from yield enhancement to income enhancement of farmers. He had established 8 different colleges at SDAU Gujarat during his tenure, and he re-engineered 14 research stations under his under the jurisdiction of SDAU. Under his leadership, the SDAU rose to a fame and status that it enjoys till today. As such, the number of students admitted rose beyond 3,000. Sir, we feel so proud to have you with us today and to listen to you. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Our next, the co-chair of this session is Dr. Pritam Chandra. Let me introduce him to the audience. Sir has been the Director of Structural Engineering of ICR in Bhopal. He undertook professorship of engineering in NIPFIM, and he had earlier served as Assistant Director General at ICR New Delhi. Dr. Pritam Chandra is credited with the development and promotion of present-day greenhouse technology technology in India. He participated actively in planning and execution of the first nationwide assessment of post-harvest losses in India. He has been a proponent of taking agri-food processing to production catchments and setting up of machinery custom hiring units in villages for a quantum jump in agricultural profitability in India. He has served on various committees of Planning Commission, Ministry of Farmers Welfare and Agriculture, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and the Food Education Council. He is a recipient of several national and international awards, including the Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award of ICR in 2003. Thank you, sir, for being with us. With the permission of the chair, sir, can we start the session?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me introduce you to the first speaker of this session, Dr. David Bergvinson. Dr. David is the former Director General of ICRISAT and had initiated digital agriculture for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in 2012. Presently, he is the Chief Science Officer in an AI-based firm, Aware, located in Denver, Colorado. He works with the agricultural insights for farmers, agribusiness, agri-food, and policy makers globally by accelerating innovation and access to premium weather data from over 1.9 million virtual weather stations. Dr. David's diverse experience in crop improvement, agronomy, pest and disease management, and policy formulations are now being leveraged to integrate weather and data science into workflows across the entire agri-food sector. Today, Dr. David will be discussing about machine learning in satellite data for on-farm weather prediction and crop sustainability. May I now please request Dr. David for the talk.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to reconnect with you all virtually. And it's wonderful that the university is taking up this initiative. So, Dr. Mittal, congratulations to you and your team for taking this on. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, what was tasked to me was how do we apply gridded weather data support machine learning and artificial intelligence in agriculture? As you all know, there's three things that farmers really need to be commercially successful: knowing market prices and being able to realize them, knowing agronomic recommendations so that they can optimize their inputs to increase their productivity, and of course, the weather. Agriculture largely is a weather-driven sector, as you know, although India is blessed to have a very large irrigation infrastructure, but still weather plays a critical factor in the success of crop production. And so what we're going to focus on in this talk is just to take this to the next sort of technical level around how do we apply these new tools, and in particular, the use of weather data to support farmers to make better agronomic decisions, but also to help the entire value chain, which Dr. Praveen Rao nicely highlighted, to make better decisions in order to increase food security, profitability for farmers. India has the wonderful goal of doubling farmer income in the next few years, a big challenge, but a doable one. And of course, it's going to take technology and partnerships to realize that vision. I will point you to a couple of URLs there. The bottom one is actually where you can access our weather apps to start your own adventure into weather analytics to support agriculture. So it's just apps.aware.com and you can get started. So with that, let's get started. Is that advancing the slide? Is that, or do you see a global map of? Can someone tell me if they see a global map of weather?
No, Dr. David.
Okay, then I've got to figure out how to advance the slides on this format. Now you should see it.
Yes, yes. Please, we're seeing.
Okay, there you go. So basically, what AWARE does is it brings together around 13,000 global ground stations together with remote sensing resources to generate virtual weather stations around the world. We have about 1.9 million of them. This is a map just showing temperature around the world, but we do it for all the key variables that are important for driving agriculture models, crop, pest and disease models, hydrology models, and so forth. And so basically where we sit is sort of in between the ground stations around the world and these satellite simulated smooth surfaces. And we bring basically machine learning and AI to integrate those to generate these stations on a daily basis, both for observed weather data, but also for the 15-day forecast. And so what we do is bring together these different data resources from around the world, ground stations and remote sensing, and we use that to generate a first production grid, a weather grid around the world. But when we do a quality control and quality assurance analysis, any ground stations that are not reporting correctly, we actually take them out of that analysis. And so in the case of India, we generate roughly 40,700 stations, and for Telangana in particular, about 1,900 stations. Actually, it's 1,975 weather stations. And because of the data architecture we use, it's a gridded surface, which means it is ideal for running crop models. Those who are familiar with crop models know there's two predominant ones. There's DSAT and there's APSIM from Australia. And so either one of those can be driven by our weather data architecture. Just to, for those that are curious, basically what we do is that we use this weather surface processing engine. It's cloud-based. It's highly productive. We're providing data for the World Bank. We provide data for agrochemical companies such as Bayer Crop Science. Tata Consulting Services in India uses our data to support their analytical work, as does McKinsey. And then we're getting increasingly into a wide range of medium-sized enterprises to support them in adapting to climate change. So what we've done is we've spent a lot of time in the time that I left ICRISAT to improve the accuracy and what we call stationarity of our data. It enables us then to look through time to see how local weather has actually changed, and therefore how do we respond to that. And so this is becoming increasingly important to businesses, especially as we can document the increased weather variability. I think it was very interesting, Dr. Praveen Rao, that you highlighted the fact that Telangana had 147% of its rainfall this year. So abundant rainfall, but sometimes too much and caused flooding. And this is the new reality that farmers are going to face, is increased weather variability. So it becomes increasingly important that all those who are supporting farmers have access to daily weather, on demand, high performance, and what we call a SLA, service level agreement, where the data is always available for doing analytical work. Quite often, some of the public resources are not always available to do analytics. So increasingly, this is going to be the challenge. And I think you rightly stated it, Dr. Praveen Rao, is, how do you bring together high quality standardized data and integrate them to support artificial intelligence in agriculture? So AWARE has taken this challenge up, and we've delivered on it. We provide data even to organizations like AccuWeather to support observed weather data in particular. Now, why is this so important? When we have access then to high quality weather data for all the key variables, so talking temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation, wind speed and direction, amongst other variables, including soil moisture, we're able then to derive a wide range of very valuable products to support the agriculture sector. One of them is the environmental trend analysis that I've just mentioned. We've actually been contracted by the World Bank to help countries understand how weather's changed over the last decade. and what they can do about it, especially in the area of hydrology. So look forward to opportunities to work with colleagues in Telangana on this, because we all know that water is critically important for agriculture success in Telangana. We also are able to use our data to understand anomalies. So we generate a long-term normal for the last 15 years, and that is made available on a daily basis, and it's updated daily. So you can map out and see quickly where weather is deviating from normal. As I mentioned, the architecture of our data is ideal for driving crop models as well as pest and disease models, so we can generate alerts. So we've done that. And at a global level, we look at rainfall patterns after the start of the growing season around the world to see where water deficit is occurring, and then use that to generate a food security alert. And more recently, we're getting into hydrology management, helping countries make better decisions around infrastructure investments to manage the increased variability in rainfall, both drought as well as flooding. And so some of these are very important applications to weather data, but of course, agriculture is key among them. And so the challenge that we faced, and Dr. Praveen Rao highlighted this, is that we've got data everywhere, but it's not really well organized, that it can be used to support AI at present. And so that's what we're really focusing on, especially in data scarce areas like Africa. We've been helping National Met Services modernize their service to support the agriculture sector, and as well as businesses. And what we've also paid attention to is the accuracy of our data. So we've done least mean square error comparisons with the NASA Power Grid, with IBM Weather Company, and other resources to make sure, including CHIRPS data, to make sure that we're the most accurate observed weather data source that's delivered on a grid and at 10 times higher resolution than the leading competitors. So I think this is a very valuable service that will, I think, be very important for India as you look at adaptation to climate change for the agriculture sector. This is an example of a grid for coffee growing area in Brazil. And those dark black squares are a 30-kilometer grid. And the colored squares that you see within it are the 9-kilometer grid that we use. In this case, it's a service that we offer Bloomberg, but it's available for any commodity globally. And you can see the variation in rainfall in this case of these colored grids within one black gridded cell. So the power of this is important, and the accuracy here is just an example of our comparison using RMSE to see how accurate our weather stations are compared to the ground stations, because we get the question all the time, well, how accurate are these stations compared to a ground station? So the accuracy is certainly good enough for making informed decisions in the agriculture food sector. So what we're really, this is an example where we worked in Romania and helping them reduce the risk of climate change on the agriculture sector. And we looked at the impact of weather variability on farmers, on storage and trading systems, processing, retail, financial, including insurance instruments, and of course, agri-input businesses, but also used this data to help governments develop policies that were favorable to farmers and delivered better resilience to farmers. And I think this is really important as we talk about artificial intelligence for agriculture, is how we use our data and our science to support policymakers. One of the key indices that we use on a daily basis is the ratio between precipitation divided by potential evapotranspiration. This is a measure of the evaporative demand of the environment on crops. And the dial you see on the right side of the screen there shows maize, millet, and forages, and the ratio that they can withstand for P over PET. So maize starts to be put at risk due to drought at a value of 0.8. Millet can handle a value down to around 0.6, given its high degree of drought tolerance. but it too fails once you hit that threshold, and then that leaves you with just forages. So this is a very powerful tool for us to assess food security around the world and do it very quickly. But what I really want us to understand is that when we can use artificial intelligence and machine learning to drive decision trees based on crop models, we open up a whole new world around digital agronomy that delivers location-specific recommendations to farmers. And this is so important. And I really hope that, during 2021, that, India can really lean into this and show leadership, given the large number of smallholder farmers that desperately need precision agronomy. Weather drives this whole process. And because of our architecture, we're able to do this. We've done this now for Kenya, partnering with a mobile network operator called Safaricom and the National Research Organization to deliver decision trees based on weather for 6 different commodities, so that farmers were getting a very accurate recommendation based on when they planted a particular crop for a given location. And this is the kind of precision that we need to move towards, and AI can drive us towards that end. I do want to point out, though, that the data is not enough. That I don't know if this is in the way. Anyway, that we need to empower analysts, data scientists, that is, that have a reasonable understanding of agriculture to deliver this value. And so what we've been doing increasingly is working with national programs, both in the Met Department as well as the Ministries of Agriculture and with agriculture universities, to train students on how to use analytical tools like R language to extract insights, generate bulletins that ultimately lead to recommendations that Dr. Praveen Rao is pointing out that we need to make. And so we've been very successful in this in Africa, and we would love to do this in India, hopefully in partnership with the university, to make this a reality in Telangana and beyond. And so what we do, though, is as we develop these skills, we start at a beginner level, and we use our apps portal, which is at the bottom of the screen there. I welcome you to go and sign up to that, which is very simple user interface for you to explore the data, see how different variables are changing over time regarding the weather. We then get into a more sophisticated domain we call interactive maps for economic resilience to climate change. And then we get into still more sophisticated applications where we download our gridded weather data in a GIS accessible format, so you can integrate it with other spatial data assets such as hydrology maps or digital elevation maps or crop distribution maps to have a better understanding of the impact weather is having on agriculture systems. And then we get to further levels of sophistication where we modify R scripts. We have R scripts available on GitHub, which you can find on our website as a starting point, but we continually evolve these products based on the analytical requirements of clients. And then our application programming interface is best in class. It's very well documented and robust. As I mentioned, organizations like AccuWeather use it, and it performs at a very high level globally. So that's sort of the gradation of starting off, but then moving towards power users. And hopefully, over the course of this coming year, through hackathons and other opportunities, power users are going to emerge. Examples how we've empowered national programs that have very few weather stations operational have been able to modernize the way they generate reports and bulletins for supporting the agriculture sector. So we have examples from Africa, from Zimbabwe, from Kenya, from Uganda, and these are national Met departments that are new to these tools and have been able to learn them over the course of this past year. Now, one application I mentioned earlier was a global food tracker. So we used that ratio of precipitation over potential evapotranspiration and the growing season, our knowledge of the growing season, to identify areas in red which are alert. That means the crops are at risk of failure and therefore food security is called into question. So this gives us advance notice. This basically buys us about 2 or 3 weeks lead time from optical sensing of crops. Very powerful, and this is why organizations are, like Bloomberg are using our weather data. Another important thing is, how do we target technology in today's world? And so we've used our weather data and our understanding of different varieties to target where those varieties would be most suitable in the world, which is really helping scale up the delivery of improved varieties. In this case, it's an example of upland highland rice, or upland hybrid rice, sorry, for East Africa. And as you know, hybrid rice is a very sensitive crop. This is actually used for identifying locations for seed production, which is even more sensitive to temperature in particular. We've been able to use our weather data in Europe to identify areas where aflatoxin, it's a fungal disease that attacks especially corn or maize and produces carcinogenic compounds, where that is likely to be at risk, therefore enabling organizations that are off-taking to monitor very carefully those areas that are at high risk. And we use DSAT and APSIM, are two of the crop models that we use for this kind of work. And we're now getting into even more advanced high throughput modeling efforts so that we can operate at a global scale now. So there's a whole new domain of modeling that's emerging as a result. Just in summary, why are the weather grids so important, and why is now the opportunity and time to seize on this? One is the data science has matured. Many of your students have exposure to data science tools like Python and R, and so we need to put into their hands the data resources for them to refine their skills in data science. Two is that, as we all know, agriculture is a weather-driven sector, and it's critically important that we use that weather data at a very downscaled level to understand better the risks as well as the opportunities for increasing productivity as well as profitability for farmers using data-driven agronomy. Increasingly, what we're seeing due to climate change, weather variability has increased dramatically in the past decade. And this means a very different approach to how we use weather data to understand infrastructure investments, how we deliver tailored and targeted messages to farmers to adapt to those changes. And so we're very excited about our positioning right now to help organizations do just that, both companies as well as countries. What's really important, and Dr. Praveen Rao mentioned it, is our water resources and other natural resources. We need to use AI in agriculture to optimize and preserve our natural resources, which are not infinite. And if not managed well, we will face severe consequences due to ecological crises. So this becomes increasingly important. And because we're able to track how weather has actually changed over the last decade, we can actually get ahead of these ecological shifts in cropping systems. And we would love to work with you on doing just that in India. And now AI is generating weather insights, some of which I've shown you in this presentation, to empower farmers, companies, and governments become more resilient to climate change. But so much more needs to be done, and it can only be done through good science and partnerships. And so with that, I close this talk by providing a few, our website that you can learn more about. I encourage you to also email Be Aware with any questions you might have on how we can best help you. So happy to entertain any questions on the chat, provided some links on the chat already. And thank you for this opportunity. It's wonderful to reconnect with old friends and colleagues in India, and very exciting to see digital agriculture really taking off.
Thank you, Dr. Bergvision. You are a great friend of India and Indian agriculture. And Dr. J.S. Kanwar, who was DDG Emeritus Secretariat, was my mentor, and I learned a great deal from him. Your talk has given a new dimension to how to use it. This adds value to what Dr. Praveen Rao and Dr. Raman had given us the beginning of the talk, this session. I would request Dr. Sweta to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Swam from NAR.
Thank you, Dr. David. So we move on to the next speaker of the session. The next speaker is Dr. S.K. Som, and Dr. Som is very familiar face with all the people attached with the agricultural sector. He is the Joint Director of ICR NAR, Hyderabad. His endeavors are in the area of international trade, WTO, IPR issues, PRA, and developmental research, project design, and management system research. So Dr. Som will be discussing about AI and IoT in agriculture, capacity building of NARS. So may I invite you, sir, for the talk? देखिए डॉक्टर सोम कॉल करते हैं।
Thank you, Dr. Sweta. Thank you. I'm sharing my desktop.
Yes, sure, sir.
Is this visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Thank you. With the permission of the chair, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, and the co-chair, Dr. Geetam Chandraji, I take this opportunity, and I'm extremely thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mittal sir, and also Dr. Sirohi and the whole team. And it's an opportunity for me to see my olden days friend, Professor Moni. We started working with him long back. And of course, Professor Raman, we are doing a lot of effort to bring some changes in the whole NAR system. For the information of Maheshwari sir and Professor Mittal sir, we have made one external advisory panel consisting of several international people of high repute, including Professor Raman, for helping our whole agriculture system. I take here the issue of capacity building. We started the capacity building issues in 2018, and we find out that when we did this survey with the scientists of ICR and SAUs, and we find out that approximately 72% people are aware about AI. They have heard about it, but they don't know what is the domain knowledge, where to apply. 66% said that they did not know. So that's why the importance of these kind of webinars. And we see that same case in the Internet of Things also. 60% say that they know something about it, but 72% do not know what is the application of the IoT. Then we started looking, is there any difference between newly recruited and the middle level scientists? And again, we find out that in case of AI, middle level people are a little more knowledgeable, but that also number is not very high. And in case of IoT, the situation is same for both, either newly recruited or the middle level. Only around 30% people know about IoT and these kind of things. Then domain knowledge. Is there any difference between newly recruited and middle level? Then we find out that around 30% only know that what can be the domain knowledge in IoT. And situation for AI is very grim. Only 23% of the newly recruited people and 10% of the middle level people only know that what can be the application. And that's why it's a challenge in capacity building, because 10% knowing domain knowledge of AI is very, very less. And similarly, even newly recruited also 23% is very, very less. And that's why we are working with the international team like Professor Raman, etc., that how to increase this number. And so that first bring change attitudinal change so that the people understand about the AI and Internet of Things, and then they find out that what are the domain expertise. Dr. Mittal sir said automation. Professor Maheshwari itself, he is from IIT Kharagpur. Let us see that human passion about the artificial intelligence. It's very old concept. In fact, 1775, this machine was developed, the Turk. And this machine was for playing chess, and where the person play chess and one person remains inside the machine. Outside people don't see it. After about 100 years, because this machine was finally destroyed in 1854, and after that, after 100 years, Alan Turing, a renowned computer scientist, he developed the chess algorithm. And finally, in 1997, the AI application of IBM, Deep Blue, defeated Garry Kasparov in 1997. Though 1996, Garry Kasparov defeated the machine, but finally, Garry Kasparov was defeated. Similarly, another game, Go, a Chinese game, and the top player, Lee Sedol, was defeated by the machine of the Google DeepMind, AlphaGo. And finally, Lee Sedol said, AI cannot be defeated. It means that is true, that in some of the areas, the AI cannot be defeated. But we have to identify that what are those areas. Before going to the domain expertise, to our researchers, let us first understand that underlying basic principles. When you look to the dictionary meaning, what is intelligence? Ability to acquire and apply. Now, on this basis, we can have this triangle: learning, transfer of learning, and cognitive skills. Learning will come from data. This can be done very easily. For example, you see now Google Home, which is IoT, or let us say Alexa of Amazon, which is IoT. It does on the basis of data. Then transfer of learning is done using logic. For example, when you listen to this Amazon Alexa, and if you listen in the morning, probably the Amazon Alexa will offer you some Anup Jalota bhajans. But when you listen in the evening, probably it has some kind of learning experience, and probably it may offer you something else like ghazals or something like that on the basis of your pattern, the way you use the machine. And then come the cognitive skills. Cognitive skills come with the feedback, and here is the challenge. Now we have to find out the applications. So we can say that between learning and transfer of learning, we can say it is a narrow intelligence. For example, chess. The machine defeated Garry Kasparov, but the same machine in another game. There is one game which we used to play when we were children, like making cross and putting zeros, what we call tic-tac-toe. But a 4 or 5 year old boy defeated this machine in tic-tac-toe. Means this machine is only for chess. This machine cannot have the broad intelligence which the human being has. At second level, transfer of learning to cognitive skills, access to data and access to resources. Once these machines have access to data and access to different kinds of resources, then they help developing some kind of cognitive skills. For example, as Professor Bergvinson said, that lot of application applying this GIS, or in the morning, Professor Parveen Rao said that how these GIS platforms are being used in kind of weather forecasting, etc. So it means access to data and access to resources. Then third, cognitive skills will come mainly from feedback. Access to data and resources will give little, but mainly it comes from the feedback. And here is a general acquired intelligence from cognitive skill to learning. For example, Google Map. Google Map will tell you that where the traffic is low, where the traffic is good, what are the alternate routes, etc. So now this 1, 2, and 3, now our people have to identify that which can be the areas of these 3 applications. Why this capacity building is necessary? Scientist is known by publication and citation. And those who are seeing this PPT can see that 16, 17, because I collected this data at the end of 17, 18, 19 data I don't have. You can see the peak in citation and also in publication between 16 and 17. It means it is the area where the scientists should publish now. Another is patenting. We say innovation and those kind of things. You can see between 15 to 19, the great peak of the patents. If we delay now, we will not be having the patents later. And that's why let us have some kind of strategy for that. Another reason is this. India is only 3% when we look to the patent application. Forget about the patent granted. Patent application. India, the patent applications in this area in agriculture is very, very less. While looking to US, it is around 60%. While looking to China, it is around 22%. And that's why this is another reason that we should have these kind of the things. And to help them, we did one national dialogue in 2018. And those who are seeing this particular PPT, please go through this policy brief. Very senior people were involved in this, and a very clear-cut recommendation have been given that which are the areas in crop science, in natural resource management, in animal science and fishery science, that where and what kind of activity can be taken up using AI and IoT. You can have this link, which is on NAM and also on a script. I use this platform. So you will get this particular policy brief. Where to dent immediately? Our people in this national dialogue said that prediction services. 37% of the people said that prediction services can be the one area where we can dent immediately. And the same thing what the Professor Bergvinsson was speaking, he was basically speaking in prediction services. And after that, we can have the prescriptive services. So these 2 areas are the one where we can start. And people need not to have champion. For example, I will suggest some applications. For example, TensorFlow is already Google application, open access. The only thing is that people have to be trained in this. You can start using TensorFlow immediately. And so that, for example, working on potato disease or some kind of any disease, etc., you can do. Another thing which our people can do just immediately is a picture this. This is an application where you can put different kind of pictures, and it will solve the, for example, identifying a particular variety. You can use this tool so that people can identify. And another thing is that iNaturalist is the one which especially entomologists, etc., can start using immediately. RipeSense is the one I have seen in New Zealand, and this is the IoT and AI both. Once this particular is stick onto the fruit packages, then you may identify that which fruit is ripened to what extent. You can choose. It means it will help in marketing, and our people need not to develop, need not to be a great computer scientist. Already the existing companies are there. We have to make the collaborations with them. After this national dialogue, that at ICR level, we have conducted one national workshop, and where we have invited academia and also the industry. Here, I would suggest the people that this is a document around 70 pages, around 150 pages document, and in this, all those information is available that what the various companies in India are working on, which applications, and which are the potential areas of collaboration. Please go through this document and identify that which company or which institution. This was a very high level workshop where Honorable Director General, the CEO of Niti Aayog, and all the Deputy Director Generals of ICR were there. Secretaries, 2-3 secretaries were also there. It was a very high level workshop. And in this, I will request our people just to see the different application. I will also advise and suggest and request to the Honorable Vice Chancellors that please conduct a visits of senior people. For example, ICR took up this particular initiative, and we 10 people, including now our Deputy Director General, Professor Chaudhary, he's also there, various ADGs are there, various directors are there. We visited some 3-4 institutions. For example, this is the one, University of Sydney. This is the one such university which is doing wonderful work in AI and IoT in agriculture. So this can be one collaborative potential. And also please arrange visits of the senior people to different institutions so that they can understand. Now, AI in our organizations, let us start from today itself. I will share with you one example. We have written this book. This book has come about 15 days back. It is a Hindi book. And in this Hindi book, we have not used any translator. We have not used any Hindi typist. And everything has been done through using different kind of softwares. Now, on that basis, as Professor Mittal has said very nicely, natural language processing is the one area which we should start from today itself. And here the work should be collaborative for verification and validation. For example, lot of local dialects are there in agriculture. And for example, these big companies are already having the softwares and developing in this area, but they need a technical support in that particular local dialect. So that can be the one area of working immediately. For the governance, the predictable and repeated nature of work can be identified and where AI application can be made. So we can make some list of those particular areas, and we can have some kind of collaboration networks. We can also identify that what are the redundant jobs. We can identify that what are those jobs. For example, stenographer. Now, in my understanding, it's a completely redundant job because wonderful softwares applications are available which are very fast, quick, and efficient. Another thing is that which are the socio-economic technologies which can reduce stress and drudgery and gender issues, so that these applications provide some kind of opportunity for the better time investment for the people. So these three can be started immediately. And we have seen personally while we are preparing this particular document that so many redundant things can be identified and removed. So I think I end my talk here, and I will request all the viewers that what 2 documents I have shown, please download these 2 documents and just please go through them. Thank you. I again thank you, the Honorable Chairman and co-chairs.
Thank you, Dr. Som. You have brought a new perspective to it, and you are being the premier institution, creating awareness, getting the subject matter out is your job, and you are doing a good job. Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Muni, who is a friend of mine for last 28 years. All that we see computerization in ICR, it started with his help in 1992, 1994. So it has been a partnership of a very long time, and I look forward to his further input to ICR as to how to go about in this new frontier areas of technology. Thank you, Dr. Moni.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let Dr. Sweta Mishra introduce him formally. Dr. Sweta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce to our audience Professor Moni Madaswamy. Sir had been the former DG of NIC, and he is presently the chairman of Center of Agricultural Informatics and E-Governance Research Studies in Shobit University, Meerut. Professor Moni is a well-known senior technocrat in the field of informatics and e-governance in the country. He was identified as e-people by Good Governance magazine. Professor Moni is also the advisor IT in Delhi, Delhi Development Authority. Chief Advisor IT in the Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare. And he has been instrumental in development of various e-governance programs like DISNIC and DNF, and also in visualizing and operationalizing the EggMark Net project in India. We are honored to have you, sir, with us today. So may I please request you for the talk?
Thank you, Madam Sweta Mishra and my good friend, Dr. Maheshwari ji, for remembering me. We worked together very well. And today, IT in ICAR is thanks to him when he was the Assistant Director General. We worked together. Thank you very much for inviting me to make a presentation. Let me get into my slide. Is it visible? Hello?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I thank you, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mittal Saab, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, former Vice Chancellor of the Dantewada Agriculture University, Dr. Beetham Chandra, and Dr. Sweta Mishra. I am very happy to participate in this program, and during the inaugural session and also in this technical session, the importance of artificial intelligence in different ways have been spelled out very nicely. Today's topic is smart farming and AI design pathways. I would like to spell out some important issues related to, how to promote smart farming, among, rural youths and among faculty members and also the farmers. Innovations and technologies in agriculture. We have Atmanirbhar Bharat road ahead, as envisioned by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Atmanirbhar Bharat in agriculture, wherein the Atmanirbhar Bharat strongly suggests, for a full utilization of power of demand and supply chain. Agricultural sector has about something like 400 agricultural value chain.
सर आपका माइक म्यूट हो गया सर.
I request all participants to switch off their mic and, if possible, video also.
Okay. Innovations and technologies in agriculture. We have 3 verticals. We need to have in agriculture, crop, animal, fishery with respect to input marketing, output marketing, agriculture value systems, and technologies in agriculture with respect to irrigated, rainfed, and tribal, where we have agriculture technologies and digital technologies, rural processing enterprises and processing technology, food and non-food enterprises. With respect to today's talk is artificial intelligence and how to create e-leadership among the agriculture science graduates, agricultural faculty members, agricultural scientists, and the 14 crore farmers in India, how to make them e-farmer and e-leadership at the farm level. Agriculture is an unstructured and semi-structured problem. Hence, artificial intelligence applications are immense in agriculture, but the study by Dr. Som is alarming. Is it not moving? Hello? Is it moving?
No.
No, sir.
Just put. Is got struck up. Let me initiate once again.
All other participants should switch off their mic, please.
Is it visible now? Hello?
Yes. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Digital world, the rise of platform economy. The recent trends in digital economy is facilitated by blockchain, data analysis, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, Internet of Things, automations and robotics, and cloud computing. Digital education platform is moving towards digital micro education platform and entrepreneurship and skill development, static pathways, dynamic pathways, and AI design pathways. Let us look into this. Is digital micro education platform is an emergent platform with micro education and micro learning approach. With AI built into that, it facilitates even the slow learners. The technique is capable enough to address challenges associated with slow learners. We have, if AI has to have a deep root in agricultural problems, we have to have as is a technology of the day, practice of the day in almost all agricultural university and agriculture colleges and ICAR institution, and also in all KVKs and ACMA centers and 14 crore farming community at different levels. So it is expected that this technique, this micro education, micro learning approach through artificial intelligence in various agricultural problems are necessary. The role of agricultural university and the various, educational centers like Center for Agricultural Informatics and e-government research studies, where I have established, are playing an important role. Data is power. Data is the new raw material of digital economy. The former, in the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Agricultural University of Hyderabad very nicely stated, data is the challenge. Data is power. No data means no artificial intelligence solution. Poor data means poor artificial intelligence solution. And so data is an important thing at the farmer level and farm level. Once if this data is available at farm level and farmer level, this data value chain can be data monetized, and from the data itself that farmer can get large scale revenue. And the whole world, even Japan has announced Society 5.05, and whereas the Industry 4.0 and Society 5.0 have to emerge in India with respect to agricultural sector, wherein big data analytics, artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud computing, and human interface of 14 crore farmers are involved. If you see this, that we have seen the product, we have seen the smart product, and we have seen the smart connected product and product of system, but whereas artificial intelligence and big data analytics and IoT, in short, Industry 4.0 are the technological pillars for system of systems. That is a farm management system, which are including weather data system, seed, optimization system, or irrigation system, or farm equipment systems, and so on and so forth. It is a data science-led agricultural science. Technologies for agriculture, digital transformation to achieve farming as a business, Key technologies are ABCDEs: artificial intelligence, analytics and operation research, blockchain, cloud, IoT, 5G, big data, ecosystems, and agricultural digital transformation needs this intelligent integration of ABCDEs. We have a digital platform economy rests in Digital India 2015, Make in India, Skill India, Startup India, Stand Up India, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make by India, Make for India, and Make for Global, and Mission 2022, Connect India, Propel India, and Secure India. What is the ecosystem analysis? We have 85% of our farming community are small and marginal farmers. We need input systems, we have production systems, we have output systems which have to be digitalized. So if that is to be done, we need to bridge the development gaps in human resources, for informatization of farming system through MTech in agricultural informatics, BTech in agricultural informatics, PG diploma in agricultural informatics, diploma in agricultural informatics, and MBA in agribusiness management. And this country, we don't have a comprehensive farmers database. We don't have a comprehensive farm-wise database. There is not enough, agricultural resources information system to facilitate micro-level planning, which will lead smart farming or smart agriculture. So it is the need for creation of national data farmers database and the same type of platform like Aadhaar or GSTN, which will facilitate large scale agri startups, for strengthening value systems and possible spin-off. We have at present the Doubling Farmers' Income by 2022 Committee Report, Digital Technology in Agriculture, Volume 12B, Chapter 7 to 10, wherein I was associated as the chairman of this subgroup, and Empowering the Farmers Through Agriculture Extension and Knowledge, Volume 11. In this subgroup also, I was the chairman. What is it, the Volume 12B recommends? 7 mission mode projects. AI and this, AI operationalization through this 7 mission mode project can bring in digitalization of agriculture in a very big manner. Smart irrigated agri-systems, problem-based, smart rainfed agriculture, large-scale AI applications, smart tribal agriculture, digitalized agromet advisories and agricultural risk management solutions, digitalized agricultural resources information system and micro-level planning, digitalized agriculture value chain from farms to profit, nearly about 400 commodities, digitalized access to inputs, technology, knowledge, skill, agricultural finance, credit, marketing, agribusiness management, and digitalized integrated land and water management systems, and digitalized farm health management, plant health, animal health, soil health, water health, and fish health and farmer health for reduction of farmers' losses. This is where large scale, big data analytics and AI and IoT need to be deployed. And this is what the government of India, recommended through this department, Doubling Farmers' Income by 2022 report. And we have now 3 farm laws. With the 7 mission mode project and the 3 farm laws can facilitate digitalization of agriculture through at least 1 agri-tech startups in every Gram Panchayat. It means 2.25 lakh agri startups can be established in the country to facilitate 14 crore farmers. And we need large scale capacity deployment of the workforce. This is where the, these AI based, micro level education is more important. And in this direction, the university where I am now, associated, have initiated 2 webinar series. One is on international webinar series on open source digital technology, towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Another one is that, national webinar series on Doubling Farmers' Income by 2022 on every Thursday at 11 a.m. and every Saturday at 11:30 a.m. And the details are available in the website. So some of the, topics which we have covered are very much relevant for today's theme of the conference. Now you see that how blockchain and artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, can facilitate it with respect to revenue assurance, with respect to crop advisory, with respect to soil health automation, with respect to quality assurance, and with respect to market dynamics, and with respect to quality, content. And it is, and we also recommended on the webinar dated 12th December 2020, Atmanirbhar Abhiyan programs in agriculture should also establish digital infrastructure with respect to predictive analytics, automated labeling, wearable technology, blockchain-based traceability in value chain, AI-based analysis, and IoT-based sensors and chemical analysis done on their premises with spectral analysis. And the emerging paradigm is genomics, robotics, informatics, and nanotechnology. Previously, we had green revolution. Now it is green revolution, GRIN. So almost all agricultural university and ICR institution should now have one center of green. Genomics, robotics, informatics, and nanotechnology is necessary. AI-based equipment and machines have taken today's agriculture system to a different level. AI is the emerging technology in the field of agriculture, wherein data governance is more important. Agriculture data has become a major source of competitive advantage. The future of agriculture technology includes IoT, big data analytics, smart farming, having potential impact on agricultural resources management and agricultural value system. Achieving Farm Extension 4.0 at village level is very important. This will lead to an agricultural ecosystem leading to a national open digital ecosystem node in the country. India is an agrarian economy and hence requires to be a digitalized agricultural economy. This is one of the framework which we have supported, that farm extension means it has to have 12 blue boxes at the grassroots level. Even these 12 blue boxes is agroclimatic advisory and good agriculture practices capacity building, financial and insurance inclusion, agriculture marketing and price forecast, non-farm activities and agro services centers, and farm planning and micro level planning, agro warehousing, cold storage infrastructure, and input dealers, and irrigation extension, research extension, agriculture, horticulture, floriculture, sericulture, jute, api extension, Atma centers, and livestock extension and fishery extension. This itself can have a 12 agri tech startups for farm extension at the grassroots level. Artificial intelligence in AI leadership. European Union is going for e-leadership of almost all SMEs. We have got 85% of the agricultural community are small and marginal farmers and small, micro enterprises. Agriculture is an unstructured and semi-structured problems, and artificial intelligence applications are immense in agriculture. And the government of India has come out with an artificial intelligence Indian stack. So whoever is dealing with artificial intelligence and agricultural innovations, it is better to adopt this artificial intelligence Indian stack, which is available in the Indian Artificial Intelligence Stack Report, AI Standardization Committee, 2nd September 2020. And it is an eye-opener when you look at it, that what are the components a smart village have it? Weather smart, water smart, carbon smart, nitrogen smart, energy smart, knowledge smart. Where are we? Does all our Krishi Vigyan Kendras have these 6 components, for demonstration? And this is some of the startups are working in, platform that brings all stakeholders together. This is one example that this microcrop is working on, machine learning and AI platform at the grassroots level. This is a digital technology in agriculture. You have a database technology, big data technology, web technology, IoT, GIS, artificial intelligence, language computing, and remote sensing, 3D printing, blockchain, social media, cloud computing, TV, white space, and mobile technology. It means agricultural science graduate who come out of the agricultural university now have to come out as a computer science expert too. It means that the 4 years course of agricultural science, graduate course has to be compressed into 4 + 4, 4 agricultural, science and 4-year computer science course. 8 years has to be compressed into 4 years. You can see this one value chain. There are 23 dots wherein ICT interventions are needed from pre-farm gate level to post-farm gate. This gives an indication that how much digitalization can take place in agricultural sector. These are all value systems wherein large scale, systems are available between farmer and consumer. It has to go for complete digitalization. Future farming is the decision farming, wireless sensor network, satellite image processing, remote image processing, unmanned aerial vehicle, and mobile phones.
Which is important.
So the way forward is that I am very happy that in the state of Telangana has now launched artificial intelligence for agricultural innovation, and this has to spread throughout India. Telangana has been always a model state, and agricultural informatics program at MTech and BTech level is a must. And I have launched these programs through the Shobhit University Meerut. And digital agriculture platform economy in India is a must to 14 crore farmers of the country. Thanks for your kind participation. Over to the chairman of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moni. You have been setting the trend for the country right from your days in NIC, and I am glad that you have established a NGO as well as connected with the university. So you are making your effort double in promoting the digitization and introduction of the IoT in agriculture. Thank you so much for your initiative. Now, next speaker is Dr. Suresh Kumar, and I would request Dr. Sweta to introduce him for me.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Suresh Kumar. He is the Group Head, Agriculture and Soils Department in Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun. He does research in the application of remote sensing and GIS in soil survey and land evaluation, soil carbon modeling, soil quality and change impact, and soil erosion modeling. Their project is commission. So we will discuss about artificial intelligence for crop and soil management. Now I invite you, sir, for the talk. Dr. Suresh, please switch on your mic. Your mic is switched off.
And if you could save time for us, Dr. Suresh Kumar, if you could save time for us, it will be wonderful. We'll be grateful.
Yes, sir. Now voice is coming?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. First of all, I sincerely thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Agriculture University and organizing committee to give me this opportunity to join this virtual seminar. I am delighted to and grateful to listen all distinguished speakers on this topic today morning. I sincerely thanks to our chair and co-chair of this technical session and allowing me to deliver a talk on agriculture information system, AI in crop and soil management. I am located at Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, and this institute is imparting or capacity building for promoting geospatial technology, which is for natural resource management, and and in this we can say for implementing or for realizing the agriculture artificial intelligence, as we are aware that geospatial technology will provide the very much required informations for developing these databases. In my lectures that I will go with this as we know that is the world need 50% more food, but in coming years due to climate change and other factors, there may be a reduction of 30% yield by 2050 estimated by FAO. And our population is increasing and India will achieve by 1.7 billion populations, which is very difficult to feed those all the peoples. Therefore, we are looking for the advanced technology, and agriculture information technology is one of the advanced technology which we are seeing that this can be change the game, because it can meet our challenges of agriculture, where we need a detailed information on soil, crop, environmental conditions, and it allows us to provide making the decision making for precise applications of herbicides or pesticides or even nutrient management. So it will basically reduce the cost. It will reduce our cost, and therefore therefore we can increase our also cost benefit ratio. Why we are saying that this can be achieved in India? Because India having our smartphones users in India, it is expected that is by 2021 315 million rural Indians will have this smartphone. And we can say this information revolution, which we are thinking through use of computer science, internet, and other information technology, big data science will lead to the green revolution in 21st century. So the next green revolutions we are realizing with the help of information technology. When we see that is the how we realize the AI, we need data from various sources of remote sensing, unmanned aerial UAVs, proximal sensors, GPS, weather data, market data, legacy data, and many more sources of data. These data are required for data science, and where we need to manage these all big data using the computer programming, and where we see that is the advanced statistical tools, that is machine learning, ANN, and other deep learning techniques, which can simulate to create the decision as a human being, and that provide the information to take our decisions. If I say that is the important component of the agriculture information technology, we can see which can solve our the complex problem, that is the natural language processing, which is the most emerging field in the computer science, and which is required for our agriculture information generation. Robotics, although in the other parts of the world, in the Europeans and other developed part, they are using this one robotics, but in some of the applications also India can use expert system. We need cloud computing, where we are looking for the artificial neural network. So we will see that is how this cloud computing, artificial and neural networks can help in the agriculture or in crop and soil resource management. If we see that is that is when we talk about the crop management or crop and soil management, we need soil management, pest management, cropping strategy, seed and planting materials, crop nutrition and fertilization, and many more. That is your water management. All these technologies are required to achieve the integrated crop and soil management. So then comes that is what we immediately needed in agriculture development, or where AI can solve these problems. Globally, AI technologies are emerging to help in improving the efficiency with respect to crop and soil monitoring. We are very much today getting very good weather daily.
Dr. Suresh Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any case studies to share, or you have just the same? We have been talking since morning, so there is no point of repeating what has been already said and very beautifully.
Okay,
so
sir.
Kindly cut it out. You come directly if you have some case studies to share with the audience.
Okay, sir. If we see that is what tools are there, they are the digital cameras, thermal infrared cameras, hyperspectral camera, and multispectral cameras. These cameras these remote sensing technology can be used for the various applications, as we are saying, that is the pest control, yield predictions, precision irrigations, and precision fertilization. In remote sensing, when we see that is the remote sensing technology, we are using the electromagnetic radiations, and where today the remote sensing technology is available with the optical remote sensing data and thermal remote sensing data and microwave remote sensing data. And this remote sensing data today, if we see the Indian resource satellites of Indian remote sensing program, we are having the multispectral satellite data, which is going to, which we are using to generate the high spatial resolution informations of the crop and soil. If we see that is how the remote sensing is helping us, that is, we know that is the remote sensing, when the electromagnetic radiation interact with the vegetations, it provides a valuable informations about that. If we see that is the high resolution remote sensing data, that is your that is the resource set 5.8 meter resolutions. You can see this is the picture of the Muzaffarnagar area. You can see the fallow lands and the sugarcane plants, sugarcane ratoons, popular plantations. All these informations we can retrieve at the parcel levels, or you can say the farmers field level, so that actually for a planning purpose you need the field level informations, and today high resolution satellite data is providing these informations. And from the remote sensing data, one thing is very important, that you are having the normalized, we compute various spectral indices for crop growth assessments, for example, chlorophyll content, biophysical parameters, crop type, nutrient content, biomass, crop yield, and soil management. So NDVI play an important role, or similarly other vegetation indices. Today, what we are having remote sensing data available to the users. Indian remote sensing satellite data resource set 1 and 2, which is available in Landsat satellite, which is orbiting Earth on 16 to 18 days. European Sentinel-2 satellite data, we are getting every 10 days, or 10 meter pixel resolutions. Rapid Eye constellation, 5 satellites are there at 5 meter resolution. GeoEye system is there, 1.284 meter resolutions, or you can say 2 meter. Worldview satellite. So these remote sensing satellites today are freely available to the users, which can be utilized for that. And today we are having the unmanned satellites or unmanned aerial vehicles, which is there. And proximal sensing is becoming popular to collect all the soil and crop data. So this and hyperspectral remote sensing, which is emerging nowadays, and it will provide a better information for detection of pest, disease, and other information. If we see, that is the what today we are looking for, even the daily data of remote sensing data to assess our crop growth condition assessment. You can say today we are having the Planet satellites, SkySat PlanetScope, and Iconos ResourceSat satellites, which is providing even daily data. And internationally, you can get that Euro Data Cube consortium which is providing us data of even daily data of 0.5 meter resolution up to that one half meter resolution. So this is providing you monitor and tracking agriculture activity at field levels, monitoring widespread outbreak of disease, pest and drought. High resolution satellite data, high frequency data will be providing to monitor large area, which is the requirement. If we see the today, Google Earth Engine has come up with the providing the solutions to that one for processing of large voluminous satellite data of various resolutions, because the Google Earth Engine cloud computing platforms providing you numerous open access remote sensing data set, as well as various algorithm, that is your ANN algorithm, or you can say AI algorithm for cloud masking functions and classifiers. And these apps can be generated to develop the informations using remote sensing data. If we see that is the Sentinel data, as I told that Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data, which is European satellites freely available to the users, which provide 5 days temporal resolution data with 10 to 20 meter resolutions. You can generate the spectral indices, and this was used for the Google Earth Engine cloud computing platforms. This data was utilized, and we were generated the field level crop inventory. You can see the every field level fallow or crop, or which crops are there and what is the condition of the crop, that can be monitored using remote sensing data. If we see that is the today what globally is available, because drought is the one of the main problem, and we are going to also address the root zone soil moisture anomalies or soil moisture study. So Google Earth Engine for drought assessment using global soil moisture data. Today, global soil moisture data which are available, that is USDA SMAP global soil moisture data every 3 days, global soil moisture data, and SPI, that is standardized precipitation index, that is monthly data. It is available globally. Normalized difference vegetation index, as I told, NDVI is the most important spectral indices which gives the information about the crops conditions and its assessment. So MODIS is giving daily data, but every 5th day we can get NDVI with various satellite data, with Indian satellite data as well. CHIRPS climate hazard group data 5 days. So these data are available to assess the drought assessment, and applications has been shown. And here we can see the NDVI. We can assess the NDVI trends of all the crops by monthly basis, and that can be help us to identify the various crops. For example, wheat, corn, potato, or various crops can be identified with the help of. And today, if we see the drones are available, different kind of drones are available, which is used for collecting the information. And if we see the international literature, various softwares has been developed to help as a that is for the plant-based crop assessment. For example, this you can say the plant-based application for irrigations, farm management plan, or these apps has been developed by mainly from the other words, and in India very few, or I can say that is the apps has been not still in a development stage. You can say that Israel has developed for the irrigation system, that is the 5 tech platforms, farm commands, farm logic, or like this one WinGIS. Austria has used vector map or raster and vector map developed from the satellite data for using Sentinel images with the development of environment, allowing programs to link their database apps to map. If we see how remote sensing data is helping us to identify the disease plants, or where the, because we see that the reflectance characteristics of the crop in the near infrared, healthy plants give the high reflectance, but stress plants give the low reflectance, and because of we compute the NDVI, and it gives the diseased area or infected plants, so that we can be monitor where one value comes, that is the healthy plants, and going less than the 1, then it is the diseased plant. If we see that is the thermal satellite data or thermal imagery, even the handy thermal camera are being used for that is detecting the stress plants from the drought or any biotic or abiotic stress. And this Android phone-based app is available, which has been for detecting nitrogen deficiency as well as for detecting the water stress. You can see that is in the figure, well watered and water stress. If those plants are there, it can be thermal imaging. We can see that is both are coming distinctly. You can differentiate that one. Another technology which is coming to the very popular now, that is fluorescence spectroscopy. And fluorescence spectroscopy is means in one wavelength region light is absorbed and another wavelength region light is emitted, and the ratio of that one is used to assess the photosynthetic activity, which can decrease under pathogenic stresses. So this fluorescent spectroscopy, it can be used at the UAV based, or can be used with the handy camera, camera based, or it can be also being used with the using satellite data. Another various sensors has been mobile apps has been developed. You can say the Plantix Android phone into mobile crop doctor, or nutrient calculators are available. Crop analyzer, that app is available for the vegetables crops and vegetable crops. And AI systems use satellite images to compare them with the historical data using AI algorithm and detect those insect based. So this AI-based systems to detect pest disease in large area, the high resolution remote sensing data as it is available for daily basis or 5 days interval, that can be used for the detecting the infected area for making the solutions for the fertilization for the treatment. In India, Gandhi et al. In 2016 developed decision support system for rice production in India, where he used interface layer, input layer, processing layer, and database layer. And in this, he used for the in the rice production, that is how can be for nutrients and pest management. So these are various applications are being done with the agriculture information system. In soil management, if we see we know that for the soil management, we need the management informations, or we need the soil information of clay, organic carbon, pH, and these informations can be utilized for developing the pedo-transfer functions, where soil function, where we can go for the carbon management, erosion, water storage, fertilizer, and all these things. And these informations can be transferred to the policymaker, extension, and scientist for taking better decision. If we see that is one German-based startup, Pete has developed the agriculture information based called Planetics, which is being used for the nutrient deficiency using the image recognition based technology using the drone. Similarly, various sensors in the international literatures, we find that is they are having the optical sensors to detect, to find out the nutrients content in the soils or characterizing the soil properties. If we see that there are various soil sensors are available, all the sensors are available from the internationally in the European communities, they have developed these sensors and being used for the agriculture for the getting information about the soil. If we see this is the one example is given for the because in dry land area or in salt affected soils in our country also, where the water management is the one of the main critical area to improve the crop productivity. So this is the example of the one Israeli system that they have developed, that is the GSM based mobile operators, where you can see that is the irrigation pumps linked with the artificial intelligence control unit, which provide the nutrients and water as per requirement of the crop. If we see that is the digital soil mapping, which is coming very popularly today, and Google Earth Engine is also being used for digital soil mapping. Here we can see that is if you have the grid soil samples or soil samples of your area, then it can be interpolated to predict the to predict the carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus content in your soils, and according to that one, it can be used for fertilizer applications. What is the ISRO providing that today we have the geoportal Bhuvan, named as a Bhuvan, which is the gateway of Indian Earth observations, where remote sensing satellite data are available. And besides that, various maps are available. For example, national land use land cover maps at 1:10,000 scales, national land degradation map, wasteland map, soil resource map, watershed development monitoring is being done with the remote sensing data, crop health assessment with the weekly data of AWIPS data, groundwater prospects, and drought assessment monitoring and crop health. So many more area where remote sensing data is being used for the mapping of the large area and developing database. But today, artificial intelligence technology, which is requires a lot of data, which can be obtained from the very regular visit interval satellite data, monthly or daily or weekly data, which can be processed to provide these maps at a very regular interval. Although these maps are 5 years interval, they are being prepared for the national level, but we are looking for the for every years or 2 years these maps can be generated. Thank you very much, sir, for giving opportunity to discuss on this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh Kumar. We know the capability of your institution. The need of the hour is that you give your expertise with so many ICR institutions. You must have collaboration, MOUs, and link. We must see the case studies. All this information that you have presented has been known to us for ages. But what about their application with certain institutions in the country? That is the need of the hour. We have compartmentalization. You have the information, you have the knowledge, but its application is lacking in the field. So with these words, I must thank you and hope that more such collaboration will come. People now know your capabilities, not only your center, but Ahmedabad center also. And therefore, we would see more of such case studies coming up in a nutshell. You know, solar energy, you must visit some of the large solar energy plants, solar power plants. To what extent they have, and they have moved it in last 3-4 years, 5 years, not more than that. And they have done excellent. Whereas you have been in this field for 20-30 years. So thank you for your...
Yes, sir. Actually, ISRO is creating the databases or creating the maps of land use, land cover, or different soil informations or anything using that is a 5 years interval or so. And now we are...
But 5 years is too long.
Too long. That's why...
in dynamic time.
Yeah, now for the country level, we are planning to have a short period of time interval, means every years that can be, the database can be generated.
No, the best way is to have more and more collaboration with ICR institutes. They are in the ground, you are sitting with the knowledge, they are sitting with the application and the field. So the two can match together, and that's what the need of the hour is. So thank you so much for bringing out to large audience. More than 1,000 people have listened to you and your capabilities. I'm sure they would jump on your offer. Now, next speaker is my co-chairman. He is a serious thinker, Dr. Pitam Chandra. He has been my colleague for a very, very long time. And he would have been a philosopher if he was not a scientist. So before I invite him, I would request Dr. Shweta to formally introduce him.
Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is the co-chair of this session, Dr. Pitam Chandra, and he had been the director of ICR Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering, and he also undertook professorship at NIFTEM in food engineering, and he has been credited for the promotion of present-day greenhouse technology, and he participated actively in the planning and execution of the first nationwide assessment of post-harvest losses in India. He has served on various committees of Planning Commission, Ministry of Farmers and Welfare and Agriculture, and Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. He has been a recipient of many national and international awards. So today, Dr. Chandra will deliver a talk on AI in crop mechanization and processing. So may I invite you, sir, for the talk.
Mr. Mishra, respected Dr. R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor Sardar Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology. My earlier boss, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, who has been my mentor and senior friend, all the audience. It has been a great learning experience today, starting with the presentation of Dr. Raman till Dr. Suresh Kumar. And let me see if I can add something to this knowledge pool. Indian agriculture has had several challenges, and in most recent times, we all know agriculture is a very risky business. In fact, the cost of cultivation has also been rising, and the challenge is to increase the farm income. So in this scenario, let's see how artificial intelligence is helping us, and there's a long road to achieve self-sufficiency, Atmanirbharta, in this area. We have been seeking artificial enhancements. It's not nothing new. When we need more power, tractor replaced horse-drawn plows and replaced human labor. When we needed speed, automobiles replaced the horse that replaced walking. Needed to enhance our capabilities to look. So then we had telescopes and microscopes. For hearing, non-electronic amplification like gramophones and electronic amplification like electric speakers. And that's where the question arises, what about enhanced intelligence? So what is artificial intelligence? We all know that John McCarthy coined this word, artificial intelligence, in 1956. What really we meant was that intelligence exhibited by machines or software. In fact, Turing said that we cannot measure intelligence in terms of how the machines think, but basically we should try to find out if a machine can act as intelligently as a human being. And that's what we have been doing as far as the artificial intelligence is concerned. As far as the applications in are concerned, we have been seeking this input in terms of agriculture robotics, crop and soil monitoring, and the predictive analytics. I remember as back as 1979, we were seeking robotic help in transplanting seedlings in greenhouses, basically to have more precise growth of the plants and doing things within the time frame. Now, IBM has been working, many other companies have been working on combining artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and predictive analytics with industry experience and decades of research to help growers and industry stakeholders in increasing the profitability, improve crop protection, optimize yields, and support smarter in-season trading. Whether it is seasonal, sub-seasonal forecasts, it is weather alerts for worker safety, or crop and soil monitoring. Here we combine the computer vision with deep learning algorithms to process data captured by drones and or software-based technology to monitor crop and soil health. Several systems like Plantix, Trace Genomics, Sky Squirrel are available now. In terms of predictive analytics, Dr. David Bugg's vision, he indicated the utility of Aware, similarly the Farm Show. So they are all available today. As far as the management of environment control for plant production systems is concerned, we are seeking to increase the productivity of crops, care for special herbal valued plants like cannabis and others, environment diverse plants to develop decision-making support systems. This is a system which I have been working for a long time, and we try to see that the plants grow at the maximum capacity using the hydroponics or aeroponic systems. So we have sensors, we have inputs. So with the help of the sensors and analytics, we try to get the best growing capacities for the plants. And this helps us in decision-making systems. And that's what we have been trying to achieve. Some examples of intelligent robots in agriculture. They start with the, say, self-driving farm vehicles. Very soon we will have self-driving tractors in the fields. We have harty boards for weeding purposes. In fact, we can think of an army of robots doing the weeding as we obtain this weeding with the human resource. Now that we don't have the labor on the farm, so we have to employ these machines for doing the farm operations. Some of the harvesting robots, specifically for strawberry, for mushrooms, and for cucumbers and other fruits. So a lot of these things are happening, and many more systems are in the offing. As far as the processing is concerned, we have been using robotics for many purposes like packaging, repackaging, palletizing, picking, and also for production of value-added products. Traditional applications have been mainly in packaging, and new applications are in handling raw or unpackaged food products, then 3D food printing, grading of fruits and vegetables, even cooking. In warehousing, we are having a lot of applications in order to maximize the capacity as well as to ensure that the quality deterioration is minimized in storage. Some of the visuals indicating the capabilities in sorting and grading. Robot-based automation ensures the kind of flexibility that we need. Robots are usually associated with handling repetitive tasks in a process, either in high volume production roles or where flexible hand lining systems are needed for frequent changes. In the packaging industry, robots generally fall into three main arenas: pick and place applications, feed placement, and palletizing. This is an example of how machines are helping us in picking things and packaging them appropriately. Palletizing, then other applications are there in bottle handling, cooking, for services, cake decoration. Just a listing of different products that are available. In fact, this is only a suggestive list, but actual list is much longer. The requirement for reduced floor space, improved efficiency, improved quality, these are all the parameters which have promoted the application of artificial intelligence in processing operations. Let me say that at this stage, the path is still quite long before we start really harvesting the fruits of artificial intelligence. High cost of adoption is there. Previous speakers have indicated that we need to have skilled talent in much larger quantity, and therefore the human resource development and skill development has to continue. And all the agriculture universities and institutes need to enhance their capabilities in this area. Public-private partnership, it's happening, but it needs to happen much more. In fact, let me tell you that not everything can lie in the public domain. We have to work with the private sector and enhance our capabilities. Then availability of hardware components has been one of the constraints in the recent past, but I think with this startups now, hundreds of startups are there now in this area, and so this situation should ease. Finally, let me conclude by saying that robotics and the artificial intelligence is the next frontier in the agri-food industries for greater precision and profitability. Robots are populating the food industry in increasing numbers. Robots increase the safety process and decrease the chances of downtimes or production shortfalls. Robots bring with them the advantages of safety, consistency, and efficiency. There is immense potential of research in this area. Long-term vision encompasses a new generation of smart, flexible, robust, compliant, interconnected robotic systems working seamlessly alongside their human co-workers in farms and food factories. Let me tell you why we have been slightly late in India as far as the use of artificial intelligence in agriculture is concerned. In fact, we took off late in terms of mechanizing Indian agriculture. It was only about 15 years back that the push for mechanization came when the Manrega scheme started in this country. And so soon after the mechanization took off, we started working on precision agriculture, site-specific agriculture. And so only then we started talking about artificial intelligence in agriculture about a decade ago. With this, I complete my presentation. Let us not worry about artificial intelligence surpassing human intelligence. Let us begin to work with artificial intelligence robots. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It has been a great learning experience for me.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra, for keeping a time schedule. We have served a lot of time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is not there, I was told.
Yes, sir. It's your talk now.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, may I just introduce you to the audience in a few words? I would like to introduce the chair person of this session, Dr. R.C. Maheshwari. He had been the former Vice Chancellor of Sardar Krishinagar Dantewada Agriculture University and has served in ICR as ADG, and he has been an eminent scientist and a professor of agricultural engineering, and he has been...
Thank you, Dr. Sweta, that is enough, thank you. I'll tell you about myself.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra, you have done a good job, and I would request you to summarize today's proceedings as well. But before I do that, I would try to tell the audience that I started my research career as a biomass energy, as a rice hulls utilizing rice mills. They were running in loss, huge losses. By introducing and utilizing rice hulls and modernizing the rice milling industry from hullers to brass rolls, rubber rolls, we saved about 8% of the rice. And today we are exporting rice worth 20,000 crore. It is because of this modernization of rice milling industry in 70s. And that was the great contribution of IIT Kharagpur. In 1980, I joined my teacher and mentor, Professor A.C. Pandya, whose 100th birth anniversary will fall in next 2 days. And he wanted me to work on energy research. How to account energy audit for a village as a whole, as a habitat as a whole, how much solar energy is falling on a given habitat, how it is converted to food, fuel, and fiber, how it is recycling the ecosystem. So I did this work for 10 years, and it's a path-breaking work, and it's still valid because it is in terms of energy, not in terms of money. At the same time, Professor Pandya wanted me to work on solar energy, and he deputed me to solar energy conversion laboratory in the US for 15 weeks. On my return, I formulated a project on solar energy with 28 centers on renewable energy, 16 on biogas, 6 on solar energy, and 5 on wind energy. And for 10 years, my job became like a salesman, traveling all 28 centers. Now, what was we started at those days and what is now, it is the greatest success story. Those who are listening to this talk today, the frontier areas where AI, robotics, and Internet of Things are working in a large solar plant, power plants, it is in India. And I would request each one of you to visit these plants in Gujarat, where in more time, they could get the alarm, they could see the headquarters, all that kind of latest technology that you could see in artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, it is now applied in solar energy. And this is our success story, a great success story which will hit everybody in times to come, because all this development has taken place in last 5 to 7 years only. Since my retirement, last 10 years, I have been listening to these webinars. There is a weekly magazine on solar energy by the Alliance, Solar Energy Alliance. And there are twice or thrice a week, there are seminars, webinars. And so much of progress has taken place is mind-boggling. So without elaborating further, time is the limit. I would like to close the session on time. So with these words, I would request Dr. Chandra to summarize today's proceeding in technical session 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari, chairman of this session. Great pleasure for me to summarize what has happened in this session. We started out with a wonderful presentation by Dr. David Bergsvisen, who very clearly indicated the power of data, how one of the analytics, Aware, has been helping us in making use of this data to derive useful inferences on the growth of agriculture, the challenges it faces. Then Dr. Som from NAM, he presented a wonderful analysis of the skill requirement in this area. And I'm happy that we have realized the constraint, and we are working on this constraint through designing of various courses on artificial intelligence. Then Dr. Moni, he presented his long experience through the slides and indicated how India has been working in this area for several decades and how things could be expedited by taking up more such initiatives in this area. Dr. Suresh Kumar presented the strength that we have through ISRO in terms of data collection and how this data is made available to Indian stakeholders. In fact, Dr. Maheshwari did indicate that there's much more scope for cooperation in this area so that our Indian startups and researchers could make use of this data from ISRO. I had a pleasure of sharing with the group some of the recent developments which have taken up in mechanizing crops and in the area of processing. Dr. Maheshwari shared his experiences about the start of solar energy programs in the country and how today India is leading the world in using the solar energy for agricultural production and industrial purposes. So in all, I must say that the session was very well designed by the hosts, and the speakers have done a great job in putting things together and making this whole experience so much enriching. I thank Dr. Maheshwari to give me this opportunity to summarize the discussions that have taken place during this session. Thank you very much. And let me express my gratitude to Dr. Mittal and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to be part of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. You have done an excellent job. And I join you in thanking Dr. Mittal and all the eminent speakers who have spoken this morning, right from inaugural session to this session. I was with Dr. Paroda when project with Cornell was taken up. And I am very happy to see Dr. Raman after so many years. He has brought a new perspective to it. Dr. Praveen Rao has been an excellent presenter. And when I visited his university as chairman of Impact Assessment Committee for the universities in Central Zone, I had told ICR that the best experiential learning modules, if one has to see and emulate, it is in Hyderabad with PJD SAU. So congratulations to you. You are making a path-breaking initiative. And I think you will lead the country and other SAUs on this path of how to go about it in terms of benefiting our farmers, doubling the farmers' income. And you are doing a great job. To Dr. David, I would say that it was a very informative talk. We learned a lot from your talk and your love for India and for the Indian agriculture. And DDG Emeritus Dr. J.S. Kanwar was a great mentor to me. And he lived a long life, and I cherish his memory. So with these words, again, to thank the Dr. Mittal. He had been a very valued colleague, and he has the honor of heading 2 universities, not one, but 2 universities in succession. And it is his acumen to organize events, to organize new initiative that goes to his credit. To Dr. Sweta Mishra, she is a new coming up, very bright scientist. She has been shouldering very responsibility in my university, now with Dr. Mittal. And all his team, all the deans who have conceptualized this talk are worthy of our thanks and gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari Saab and Dr. Bitam Chandra ji, for nicely convening this session. My special thanks to all the eminent speakers, Dr. Moni Madhuswamy, Dr. Som, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Bitam Chandra, and of course, Dr. Maheshwari Saab, for enlightening us about this concept of artificial intelligence. I can just say that we have just begun the process of entering into this technological intervention, and we will need near future your cooperation in taking it further. So, not taking much time, I'd like to thank you once again for participating in this artificial intelligence seminar on agriculture. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now break for lunch, and We'll meet again at 2:30. I once again thank Dr. Maheshwari, Dr. Chandra, Dr. Moni, Dr. Som, Dr. Suresh, and all other participants. I thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mittal sir, to be with us, and our Director Research, Dr. Sirohi. So we break here for lunch and we'll meet at 2:30 again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
फिर से वो इंटेक करेंगे I would like to inform you that this session will be running and you can leave this session, but please join the live stream YouTube will be going on. So I would request you, if you want to leave, you can leave, but please join us again at 2:30. We have some very good sessions there, and we'll again admit you. This session will be on, won't be 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
है ना? तो कहीं गुस्सा रहेगा तो आप अपना नाम बता दीजिएगा पहले, है ना? डॉक्टर साहब एक मैसेज करिए ना, स्टार्ट ज्वाइनिंग.
Good morning, Dr. Moni. Welcome to the second session, second technical session of International Virtual Seminar on Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture.
Thank you. I think I have previously I have muted. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, I will listen from you. Sir, I'm Dr. Rekha Dikshit
Oh,
from Department of Biochemistry and Physiology. So,
yeah,
earlier I was HOD Biotechnology.
I was not recalling your name, so maybe that I'm aging. So sorry for not remembering name, but face is familiar, so that's why I was. Thank you very much for recognizing me, and very nice.
No, sir, I had this. I was fortunate to, at several occasions, I listened to your informative talks when I was in Shobhit University. I was
Very
HOD
nice.
Biotechnology there.
Very nice.
So I
Now
got
you're
the
with
chance to interact with you.
Agriculture University.
So now I am in agriculture. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Agriculture. Here I am professor in Department of Biochemistry.
Very
So
nice.
I joined
Very
this university in 2018. And,
18. Okay, very good. So next time when I come to Meerut, I will come and meet you.
Yes, sir, definitely, definitely. It will be my pleasure.
We also now, we initiated 2 webinar series during COVID situation, and which is having a lot of international credentials now. One is on international webinar series on open source digital technology for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And another one is a national webinar series on agriculture, doubling farmers' income by 2022. And the international webinar series is 18th edition, every Saturday at 11:30. And both the NRIs as well as from India people join. And doubling farmers' income is on Thursday at 11 o'clock, 11 to 1. And so it is helping a lot of agri startups and startups in other areas. So that is one of the things that which we are now initiated during this from June onwards.
COVID period, this lockdown period. Sir, I will take the details from all faculty members.
No,
from
I hope you just note down. You tell your number. I will forward to you. What is your mobile number?
So 7906.
7. Just
246.
Just 7. Yeah, 79.
06.
246. 246.
921.
921. Thank you.
Sir, but this is not on WhatsApp. Also, please note down my WhatsApp number.
So nowadays is that is more important. Tell me, huh? What is WhatsApp number? I think got it disconnected.
Mute.
Hello. What is your WhatsApp?
9457
9457
888
888
193.
193. Okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
Yes, sir. You just share the details and I will contact.
Okay, no problem.
People have started joining, so we will start this session at 2:30.
Yeah, we'll short. Let me also see the program schedule so that
Yes,
let me
sir.
also get prepared.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So there is one change. Dr. KV Rao is not joining today
Okay.
due to some medical emergency.
Oh.
So Dr. Alka Arora will speak in his place. This is the little change.
All the other speakers are available. Dr. Goel, Dr. Srinivas Rao,
Yes,
Dr. Nilesh Kapoor,
Yes,
and
sir.
Dr. Alka Arora.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Alka Arora.
Are they there in the they have joined or?
Yes, sir. I will just check. So Dr. R.C. Goel is there.
Dr. R.C. Goel, can you unmute? There is some background voice is coming. I don't know where from it is coming.
Okay, yes, sir. Because some of the speaker are in this conference room also, so they are discussing something because.
No, my voice is getting okay. Now it stopped. No, it is echo is there. Echo. I don't know where from it is coming. Okay, and
Nilesh, ask
Dr.
Dr. R.C. Goel to unmute, है ना?
Yeah, Dr. R.C. Goel is there? No. Dr. Srivastava Srinivas Rao?
Sir, he has not yet joined.
Dr. Nilesh Kapoor?
Dr. Nilesh Kapoor is here, sir. And Shweta, what about Dr. Alka Arora? So she will be joining soon, sir.
Yeah. If you have their numbers, there can be some SMS can be sent.
Yes, I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine.
So
Yes, sir.
yeah.
So Dr. Shweta is trying.
नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उसका साउंड ऑफ रखना बस यूट्यूब का।
So we have about 10 minutes time, and whoever is connected, we can talk to each other. Who is available? Professor Dikshit.
Hello, Dr. Moni. I am Dr. R.C. Goel. I'm trying to
Hello.
there is some problem with my video. So just in a
Okay.
while I'll connect.
Okay, fine, no problem. Good.
Okay.
Dr. Srinivasa Rao. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor.
Sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So
It's a nice pleasure to hear you, sir.
very nice.
Heard you in the morning session itself. That was a nice presentation.
Good,
And
the thing is, we are all there to, work with the younger generations. We have crossed one generation. And now, when we were talking about it, the technology tools were not available. Now the technology tools are available and environmental support is available. But what Dr. Som said about the survey which they have conducted with respect to ICAR scientists, and even after so much things, that if the survey seems to be hold good, it is a very dangerous situation that if ICAR scientist cannot work in the latest technology, it will be a problem that
definitely.
and lot of public funding is going on for the research and so on and so forth. And with the total number of scientists will be about ICAR scientists maybe about in the order of about some 20,000. No.
No. Less than that.
Okay, 100 institutes, 100 institutes with even 50 people means about 5,000 people.
5,000.
So even
It's
the 5,000 scientists with this artificial intelligence, technology, it will be a big force in the world in agriculture sector.
Even we have huge data. We have agriculture data. Lots of data is available.
The data, I have my own apprehension because with all the, agriculture university, agriculture colleges, agriculture department, KVKs and Atma centers and everything, but still we don't have a farmer-wise and farm-wise data in the country.
Definitely.
See, farmer with this much technology and so on and so forth, like a bank account, how the credit worthiness of a bank customer is being analyzed. The same manner, if the farmer data and farmer-wise data is available through these government agencies alone properly, now today farmer will be facilitated like anything. Now today, like Google, with all those tools available, today there was a joke going on. The one little boy is telling that he is my dad, and this Facebook person says that no, he is not your dad. So it means that artificial intelligence has grown to that level that a third party is saying that he is not your dad. But we don't have the data. No, the thing is that everybody has to go on Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Yeah.
What I am contributing.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I was, working on some other, presentation. Then this one I liked it that artificial intelligence need to have data, raw data, not the statistics.
Okay.
Statistics is already refined. There is no point in, with agriculture statistics as of available now, you can't do anything. You can only tabulate.
Yeah.
But we need raw data with respect to that, 139 odd million operational holdings. And that's what it has to be, put it, that itself is a very big data. Now the time has gone with the sampling, data, working on sampling data. That. So the opportunities are more, challenges are more, but how we are going to gear up is a thing, one has to do that.
Definitely, sir.
And that's why I changed it that, we have 14 crore farmers. We have so many agriculture graduates, engineering graduates, and then agriculture is an unstructured problems. So everybody has to understand. And so that's why my title was Smart Farming AI Design Pathways, that, how to inculcate artificial intelligence to all the stakeholders in a very effective manner. Dr. R.C. Goyal, very nice. We're able to see your picture.
Alka has also joined.
Yes.
And our Dean
Good afternoon,
Agriculture,
madam.
Dr. Rana is also there. I welcome all. And our Director Research, Dr. Anil Sirohi is also present among us. So I welcome all the dignitaries.
Shall we start now or shall we wait for another 4 minutes?
Okay, sir, all the speakers are present. So I will start now.
No, let
Okay,
us
so
wait
we will
for 4
wait for
minutes.
5 minutes for
Yeah,
our Vice
that's
Chancellor. And we will just start after 5 minutes.
That Dr. Srinivasa Rao joined, that co-founder TraceX Technologies, Bangalore. Can Dr. Swetha talk to him?
Yeah, Dr. Shweta is present here, sir.
Can Dr. Swetha, can you talk to Dr. Srinivasa Rao?
Yes, sir. I have talked to him. He'll be joining in the next 10 minutes. We can start the session as our Vice Chancellor, sir, joins. And
okay, fine. So since one Dr. Rao is not joining from Manage, so we have 1 hour 40 minutes. So there are 4 speakers. So even though they have been given previously 20 minutes, but they can also extend 1 or 2 minutes more. And let us, in this session, at least one action point should be generated from each speaker, so that this session should contribute at least 4 action points for implementation in the time to come. That should get reflected in the proceedings of the conference. So I think Professor Dikshit and Dr. Swetha, please see to that at least minimum 1 action point from each speaker. That should be our objective. Because it's a very important topic, And I'm very happy that this university is now holding an international webinar on AI in agriculture. You know, it's at least every speaker should be in a position to come out with one action point for, you know, further course of action. And then also I would like to request that both Professor Dikshit as well as Dr. Shweta, that there should be at least some highlights with respect to this session, maybe 2-page, 3-page, you know, highlights, you know, that because many people always say that, you know, since it's a international, you know, it's a webinar, we would like to, you know, sometimes connectivity goes away, voice is not audible. So if there are some highlights are made available in the website, it will be very nice. We can download and see that. So this also, please see to that. Maybe within another 1 week of this conference, you are able to come out with some 2-page or 4-page highlights of this session. I'll be very happy about that. Okay, I think we'll start now. That, you know, this is 2:30 now. Please mute. Please unmute.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vallabhbhai Patel University, eminent distinguished speakers, dignitaries, Director Research, Deans of the colleges, and HODs of all the departments, faculty members, students, participants. Welcome to the technical session second of International Virtual Seminar on Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture, organized by Department of Fingerprinting, College of Biotechnology, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut. It has been a great learning experience today since morning, and it is indeed pleasure to get this opportunity to interact with experts in the field of artificial intelligence and benefit from their excellent presentations. Illustrious presentations enhanced our knowledge and provided new dimensions regarding how major challenges in agriculture can be addressed through innovative trends in artificial intelligence. I take this opportunity to welcome Chairman of the session, Professor Moni Madaswamy, former Director General, National Informatics Center, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Government of India. At present, Professor Moni holds prestigious position of Professor Emeritus and Chairman, Center for Agriculture Informatics and E-Governance Research Studies, Shobhit University, Meerut. I got opportunity to listen to him on several occasions when I was HOD of Department of Biotechnology in Shobhit University. An expert in the area of e-governance, his greatest achievement is the functioning of Digital Network for Farmers, DNS. And we all know that DNS has become an essential component for empowering farmers and increasing their incomes. It is also an honor and privilege for us to have Dr. R.C. Goyal, IT consultant, ICAR, Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute, among us. So now I hand over the session to the chairman, Professor Moni. Sir, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam. Professor Rekha Dikshit. I had an opportunity to work with her when she was the head of the Department of Biotechnology in Shobhit Institute of Engineering Technology, Meerut. And I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mittal, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut, Deans of Agriculture University, and faculty members of the Agriculture University, and the distinguished participants and speakers of this technical session. This international webinar series, international webinar on AI in agriculture, is a very important webinar. for those who are working in the agricultural sector as, by agriculture scientists or agriculture research scholars or agricultural informatics scientists. It's a very important area. When I was doing my MTech computer science way back in 76, 78 in IIT Chennai, we were taught agriculture, artificial intelligence. And those days of artificial intelligence methods and today's artificial intelligence methods are, wide apart. Today it can be practiced, it can be operationalized. Fortunately, when this development is taking place, and the government of India has come out with an artificial intelligence technology stack, so which I also mentioned in my presentation in the morning. And my request will be that whoever is doing any work related to AI in agriculture sector, please adopt this technology stack. If this is adopted, then whatever the solution you are trying to bring it out can be of interoperable in nature. This is one aspect. Second one is that we have a serious problem with respect to data. No data means no AI. Poor data means poor AI. So this is one aspect. Unfortunately, in the country, we have a good agricultural network, but there is no comprehensive agricultural resources information system on farm wise. What is available below the ground, what is available on the ground, what is available above the ground. And also we don't have a comprehensive information system on a farmer. Farm wise and farmer wise data is essential for application of the IoT and data generations and artificial intelligence. As I mentioned, ABCD technology, artificial intelligence, operation research, and data analytics, blockchain technology, and and then cloud computing and language computing, and also that ecosystem architecture. It makes that agriculture as a sector, as a subject, it's attracting everybody. And that's why in the morning I addressed that agriculture science should have an agriculture science and computer science compressed course. Agriculture informatics as a new discipline has to come out. It's coming out. And that is the direction only I'm working on it. And I'm very happy. When I was working, I was walking on a alone path. Now today, I'm very happy that agriculture informatics as a discipline has been recognized by All India Council of Technical Education. So with this introduction, I welcome all the four speakers: Dr. R.C. Goyal, IT consultant, principal scientist of Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute and ICAR. He will talk on AI in support of future agriculture. Second speaker is Dr. S. Srinivasa Rao, co-founder Tracer Technologies. He will talk about application of blockchain in agriculture. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor, he will talk about application of AI in biotechnology. Dr. Alka Arora, principal scientist from Indian ISRI, she will talk about application of AI in image analysis for phenotypic characteristic of wheat. They're all very important areas, but from today's, our technical session, we should be in a position to contribute at least minimum 4 action points to the Honorable Vice Chancellor and to the organizer of the, this conference for further research and developmental work. So with this request, now I will now invite Dr. R.C. Goyal, IT consultant, principal scientist, to talk. Before that, I will request Professor Dikshit to introduce Dr. R.C. Goel to the august gathering audience appropriately. Over to Professor Dikshit.
Thank you, sir. And I will take this opportunity to welcome Dr. R.C. Maheshwari, which I saw he has joined just now, and Dr. Shivas have also joined. So it is indeed a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker, Dr. R.C. Goel, who is also the co-chair of this session. And he is former principal scientist of ICAR, IASRI New Delhi Institute, which is a premier institute for computing and statistics in agriculture. And he will talk to us about the AI in support for future agriculture, as Dr. Moni just told. And he was associated with ICAR since 1975. And with his great experience in ICAR and more than 100 research publications, Dr. R.C. Goel has generated academic and research interest in the area of artificial intelligence in agriculture. He had visualized and guided many country-level projects on digitization in agriculture at ICAR and state agriculture universities. We are honored to invite you to present your talk on AI in support for future agriculture. The participants will benefit a lot from your expertise on agriculture, artificial intelligence in agriculture. He had also been the director, Mary College of Engineering Technology, Delhi NCR, and presently he is the IT consultant of NEHAP and IASRI. I invite you, sir, for your informative talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, and I thank Dr. Moni, in fact, for chairing this session. It's a great opportunity for me to meet him after a long time. Indeed, I have not done much work in artificial intelligence. All my work relates to software development, portal development, country level information systems, and so forth. But in between, I just came across about this artificial intelligence also, which can easily be adopted. Because when you talk about large amount of data, unless we have got large amount of data, we cannot think of AI. AI is based on various factors, and one of the major factor is data. On the basis of that data, we are able to create AI. And so I'll just share my screen and just so this artificial intelligence as a topic, and why I have given the title, because AI is essentially required for supporting future agriculture. In my talk, I will explain why future agriculture would be dependent on AI. In fact, simply we define this artificial intelligence, the simplest form I thought of, the capacity to learn and solve problems. That is an intelligence, how you can learn and solve some different problems. And if we talk about artificial, it is a simulation of human intelligence by the machines. Because we want the machines to work as we work, as we can think of, as we can decide, because this factor is missing somewhere in the machine. And for this, since 1955, lot of efforts are being going on. So the system must be able to solve problems. They are able to solve, ability to act rationally. That is more important. And the ability to act like humans. These machines are working on commands of the humans, but they are not able to, in fact, work exactly like humans. Human has got its own emotions and so many other things. So which, if we want and if we can incorporate, that becomes artificial intelligence. And at present, in the present era, we are finding all these things have become very much popular. If I just start from this to Google, and you must have seen in many of the applications like Siri, Cortana, and so many intelligent digital personal assistants are available. With most of the website, you will find personal assistants are there, and that is in fact because of the language recognition. When you speak something, it is recognized and then reverse in reaction to what it recognizes. So in this you find Siri, Karatona and so many others, and they are able to, on the basis of this, these Siri and these things are able to call, make calls, send messages, set reminders, take notes, recognize music, and we many times we ask find restaurant. Even in the Google has done wonders in the field of artificial intelligence. They can check our calendar and many more things. So just briefly I wanted to say about this. And if I talk about the history, early history goes to 1950, say more than if I say 50 and some 20, 70 years back, the thought was there, and this English mathematician, he is in fact treated as father of AI. Alan Turing wrote a landmark paper titled Computing Machinery and Intelligence. And he asked the question, can machine think? In 1950, and it took say more than 50 years, a long journey has been covered, and now we are able to, yes, machine can think. We can make it, or we can impress upon the machines to think. Similarly, there was a further work was taken up during 56. There was a workshop by Dartmouth sponsored by John McCarthy, and he proposed that study of artificial intelligence, as he coined this term, we should have the study of artificial intelligence. So that was the time when it was initiated, but it has taken a long journey. The rise now, if we say at present, it is an era of artificial intelligence, if I am not wrong. And you will find every place in every technology, in every field, be it agriculture, is lacking behind. Whereas if you talk about other sciences, far of a lot of development has taken place in the field of artificial intelligence. If we see just current status, it has taken shapes in different forms in the recent years. If you see mobile phones, video games, GPS, voice recognition, robotics, and in GPS, I think fantastic, which nobody can deny, like Google Maps. If you just see in Google Maps, both the things are there, GPS and voice recognition. And you see, whenever you just want to go somewhere, you just open the Google Maps. And in that sweet lady, just how she tell the entire, but it is all features are inbuilt in the system. And you can imagine how much data may be there in the background of this around the earth, because it works around the globe, not only for Delhi or not only for some small village. You go anywhere. It has not come in of its own. Entire data has been digitized, means the total earth volume has been digitized. Robotics, another very beautiful example. Robotics is acting like human, not exactly human, but it is acting. It can help in assisting, it can help in doing some operations in medical science, and so forth. So these are becoming very important. So we have to think for similar activities we should have in agriculture. So Google, in fact, it has played a very major role. And this deep learning, again, very important field, which is a machine learning based algorithm, because anything, whatever happens, it is based on the algorithm. First algorithm, then we convert it into, and then machine learns the algorithm. On the basis of that, it becomes visible. So in fact, if we see pros and cons of this particular AI, there are a lot of pros, like space exploration. Even space we have exploring, we can explore, used for mining processes, can do laborious tasks. That is very important. Laborious task, if you just put some human being that do from, say, entire work, say since morning to next day morning you have to work, human will get tired. But this machine doesn't get tired. You can put it for 24-hour cycle, 48-hour cycle, and these are able to deliver. So that is again a very important aspect with the help of AI. Then fraud detection, manage records, lot of records, anything which you are not able to maintain. Now everything is on the internet, and that is managed with the help. lacking of emotional side. That is very important, that emotional side, it is lacking. And here is the role where can we add emotions? It looks like some emotions are there, but still that will be incomplete. You will find that emotions, suppose to some extent, if we add some emotions, if the action is something like this, it should laugh. But actions, how many actions can be there? It varies from one person to this, so much population in the world. So that, that is lacking. Can do repetitive time consuming tasks, robotic pets, robotic radio surgery, all these things are going on. These are all pros. And if I just talk of cost, it is of course, lot of cost is incurred in maintenance and repair of these aspects. Not able to act any different. Lack of human touch, lack of creative mind. It is not creative. It does whatever has been taught. It is like robots are whatever has been filled in, whatever has been trained. If I just use the word trained, training is just limited. Whatever we have trained, whatever. If we have trained from A to Z, everything, still something may be lacking because it can't take its own decision. Decision will again depend if this, then this, if this, then this. So how many if and how many else then this? These are the very important. And unemployment, I don't agree as unemployment. If we say it is going to create unemployment, I don't agree, because if you recall at the time of this digitization in the banking system, when it came into existence some way back, some 15, 20 years back, people and the banks were on strike, all what the staff of banks will do. But I say that for creating this structure, again, we need human manpower. There is no replacement of human manpower, and this unemployment to some extent, but it cannot be a total responsibility for unemployment. Abilities of human may diminish. Robotics superseding humans. Here it's a matter of discussion how these are superseding humans. On one side, if we have, yes, they are superseding, other side, but we have made them to supersede. We can control. So that is, these are the in fact objectives that need to be discussed at large scale. Human may become dependent on machine. That is true. We are becoming so much dependent on everything. Just see Google, check Google, and you will get the result. Wrong hands cause destruction. That is the sphere. So finally, we can say that artificial intelligence is the intelligence of machines and the branch of computer science that aims to create it. AI textbooks define the field as the study and design of intelligent agents, whereas intelligent agent is a system that perceives its environment and takes actions that maximize the chance of its success. John McCarthy, as I just said, in 1956, who coined the term in 55-56, defines the science and engineering of making intelligent machine. It is the correct thing. It is a science and engineering of making intelligent machines. So that cannot never supersede the human brain. This whatever AI is there, but still AI is created by human. We are responsible for creating or making the machine to understand, making the machine to do or act as we desire. So if I just talk artificial intelligence in farming, so a lot of work is being done and going on in the world to incorporate or include artificial intelligence in farming. And if we talk of industry, from industrial revolution from 1.0 to 4.0, 1.0 started sometime in 1784. Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now. Yes,
so that industry 1.0 during 1784, it was based on mechanical devices only. Then in 2.0 around 1870, We had the machineries and mass production enabled divisions and other type of electrical energy was in place. Then in 3.0, in 1969, it was based on the use of electronic devices. But if we talk now, it is the fourth industrial era, 4.0. It is tomorrow is based on cyber physical systems. All the systems, whatever will be in place, these will be, if like in the morning there was a talk on IoT, Internet of Things, that is going to become very important aspect. So this, if we just for revolution, if we talk, then we'll have to depend on this AI and IoT. So compared to other industries, if I see the agriculture sector has been slow to implement and take advantage of the variety of technologies that are powering the fourth industrial revolution. Fragmented rural markets, poor infrastructure, and heavy regulatory burdens have raised costs for food system, while the revenues has been constrained by market dynamics and increasing disparity between commercial farming and small farming. There is a big disparity because of this. This problem is there. Digital farming, if we talk, so it is going on, and a lot of digital based systems are in place. Like there will be, if we just see why it is essential, because Internet of Things, as we were discussing in the morning, has the potential to help increase the agricultural productivity by 70%, because by 2050 our population will be increasing by 9.2% more. So, and we just 70 to 80% of the new farm equipment sold nowadays has precision agriculture component. So precision agriculture component will also try to increase the production process. There will be 27 billion connected devices as per the data available in this system. 90% of all crop losses are due to weather. So with the help of this present day equipment, weather modeling and precision agriculture techniques will be able to provide, say, at least 25% of saving in digital in farming. So according to the UN Food and Agriculture, F&O, that says that our population may reach 9.2 billion by the year 2050. If it reaches to this level, this means that the global agriculture sector is under strain. How we'll feed these more people, 2 billion more mouths within the next 33 years or within next 30 years. So with the available acreage estimated at just additional 4%, it seems that no longer an option to simply plant more crop fields, but that is not feasible. Breed more cattle, not feasible. What is needed? Therefore, a great efficiency within current farming methods, as farmers will require do more with less. Whatever we have, they need just to do more or produce more with less, maybe fertilizers, with less space. Production need to be increased because we cannot depend on that. Then there are ways AI is shaping the farms of the future, like drones you must have heard, driverless tractors, these are coming in, automated irrigation systems are there, which will be able to in fact provide the utilized real-time machines learning to constantly maintain desired soil conditions to increase average yield. Crop health monitoring. If we talk of crop health monitoring, conventional crop health monitoring methods are incredibly time-consuming and are generally categorical in nature. All these things are available, and what we can think of, these are all just I have shown important development, like smart sprayers for this irrigation, smart weed killing robots are being developed in the United States. And we are also having now this kind of machinery in our country. Harvest crew robotics, crop harvesting for this purpose. And so these are all available in our country. Harvest Crew robots are in fact in 2017, Florida, Fish Farm announced its implementation of Harvest Crew robotics for strawberry harvesting. They are having large fields, but for that they have come out with this solution that with this harvester, they are then driverless tractors and then automated irrigation systems. Lot of automated irrigation systems are being developed using AI tools. And another important is crop and soil health monitoring. Lot of work is going on. Last is drone and this monitoring of crop health and sustainability. In fact, these farm shots and these are also based on this in North Carolina. Farm shots is another startup focused on analyzing agricultural data derived from images captured. In fact, they have done a very good job that on the basis of images captured by satellites and drones, they are able to analyze the agriculture data and have come out with a solution to detect disease, pests, and poor plant nutrition on crops. This is very important development which has taken place. The company claims that its software can inform users exactly where fertilizer is needed and can reduce the amount of fertilizer used by nearly 50% and so on and so forth. So this kind of development which has taken place definitely compel us to take up similar activities for our farming community. So as a result of all these informations, a practical development has been taken in IASRI for future requirements of farming community. Under NIHCP, in fact, we have proposed an AI-based solution for disease and pest management in agriculture, plants and livestock. Because some work has already been done on the basis of image recognition, all those images were captured from the satellite. So why we cannot go for similar kind of things for our farmers? So this is disease and pest management in agriculture, plants and livestock. So this we have proposed, and in this briefly I will just introduce disease and pest identification through deep learning based model. There is one model, deep learning based model in plants and livestock that we have attempted and we are getting success. And how it is going on, in fact, there are two objectives in this. One is disease and pest detection in plants and recommended solutions. Disease and pest detection. First is detection. First we need to detect. How we can detect that I will explain and recommended solutions for that. As on the basis of satellite imageries, if something can be done, why not it can be done on the basis of the photographs or the images captured for the plants, say detection plants which are infected by disease or pest. Similarly, the livestock which are infected by some disease and so forth. So for this one, very good.
Can you conclude as soon as possible?
5 minutes. This is the most important, as you told. From this study, we should come out. So this is an application, which in fact, whatever is going on is fine. That is there. But this is the part where we are developing in ICR for the farming community. And in this, what we have to do is we have to select the potential disease and pest of the livestock and plant. This is one. Starting from this, we have to collect digital images using the National Image Base as NIBPP. This is one mobile app that we have developed to capture the images and analyze the data obtained from these images. Then we are going to develop an artificial intelligence deep learning based model on collected images for on the basis of data, disease and pest of livestock and plants. And then finally, we'll come out with a mobile app for disease and pest identification. Briefly, if I say this mobile app will be available for the farming community anytime if they are coming up across any disease or pest in their farm. They need to take up some few photographs, 4 or 5 photographs of the disease affected area or the disease of the plant. Just upload in that mobile app and they will get the solution. What kind of disease is this? What is the problem solutions for that? This is going to be a very important activity from the farmer's point of view. So this is how we are going to take up. Just 2 minutes I'll take. The main criteria we have thought of is it should be solvable by using visual images only, no other data except that some disease is there, that particular area need to be photographed by a simple mobile, not by some standard camera or anything. Simple mobile, because we are putting or capturing a lot of data that is being captured by the mobiles only. So factors that are needed to be chosen, that is the category of plants, rice, tomato, pea, mango, mustard, wheat, then potential diseases in rice, tomato, pea and others, body parts of the plants affected by the disease, stem, leaf, root, then potential pest attacking the chosen plants. So these are the important areas that we need to choose appropriately in the experimental farms in our state agricultural universities. Like this experiment is going on in US, Bangalore. There are so many other universities which are now have taken up this for rice, tomato, chili, maize, grapes and cabbage. Major disease which are prevailing in that particular Bangalore area, and then major pests, stem borer, leaf borer. So with regard to this kind of disease and pests, they are involved in this practical study and trying to provide the images of the affected or the disease-borne plants. Wherever disease have occurred, their farm workers goes to the field, they take the photographs and just providing to us. Because initially we have to create a huge database. On the basis of this, the particular AI-based mobile app will be developed. So similarly for livestock, these factors are appropriately required. What are the different livestock, cow, buffalo, poultry? It is very much possible in this. Body parts, foot, mouth, skin, where it is potential pest attacking chosen livestock. And then image data collection, it will be used for model development. Whatever the data will be collected in these experiments in the state agriculture universities, that will be utilized for model development. Images must be collected. In fact, that we have given a small process. Capture image by focusing the target area of the problem. Capture image for every disease body part of the chosen livestock. Capture image for healthy body part. One is affected part and another is healthy body part. So these two both will be just stored in at the back end of the database, where this comparison and that AI technique will be utilized. Image data, and for this what we have thought of initially, at least 600 images per disease are required for a healthy body part, 600 images. And images may be captured through simple cameras as well as mobile phones. This is the requirement for this. And then we are going to develop this particular model, deep learning based model, that will be made available through mobile apps. And the deep learning, that is in fact a very powerful tool using Python, and these are the softwares which are going to be utilized for the development of this model. As you are very well aware that CNN model which is available, it is capable of identifying the plants, animals, humans. These can very easily identify. So similar to this, we can go for identifying the mobile app. Through mobile app, we'll be able to identify. So that we are going to develop an AI-based mobile application, and this particularly for that purpose, we have already developed.
Goel sir, please rush through that.
Yes,
I'm getting calls.
Through this mobile, sir, this mobile app we have developed, and it is very much capable to capture the images from our farm field. Universities, some 7 universities are involved in this process, and we are getting the images from all the universities through this mobile app. This is available. In fact, this mobile app is available on our Play Store. Anybody can, means any university participants they can just download this app from the Play Store, and it has got the capability to upload the data as per requirement of the project. Once they will upload the data, that data will be utilized for identification of disease and pests. That is the purpose of it. Briefly, it has got various capabilities, because if we say so many images, who will upload in the mobile app? So in that we have made the provision for the data entry operators, and the data entry operators are identified at these participating universities. So these universities are they are sending these data entry operators to the field. They are capturing the images and uploading in the system. We have got on some many crops and animals. So this is in fact regarding the mobile app details. They need to in fact upload the compressed image, and after this uploading, response point is uploaded like this. This need to be identified while uploading, that whosoever is the PI of that particular project, he will identify these images and upload, finalize. Initial stage, data entry operator will upload, that will kept in one space, and then it will be finally uploaded by the, you can say, the whosoever is in charge for this particular project. He will just go through all these images. Yes, these are correct. He will upload, and that will be utilized for the development of the particular system. And these are the universities who are participating, like Junagadh Agriculture, Maharana Pratap University, then Navsari Agricultural University, University of Agriculture, Bangalore, and the Rajasthan Agriculture University. These are the universities who are presently providing data for this particular, like Navsari is also participating, and they are working on these 5 crops. MP UAT Udaipur, they are working on maize, providing data for maize, data in terms of images, photographs through mobile apps. Junagadh Agriculture, they are working on 2 crops, cotton and groundnut, for the major disease and pests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Goel. I'm sorry for making you to rush through. It's a very important, project.
It is a very important project, sir, and this is going to become a tool. At least we will have a tool for the farming community.
So thank you very much.
Because when we work 100 things in the laboratory, but what we are doing for the farming community, it should be in the hands of farmers. Once it is available on Play Store means any farmer in the country.
We will come back to the discussion. We'll come back to this discussion. Can you close down your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Place down. And the takeaway point is that you suggested design of intelligent agents and in the area of plant health and animal health management. Thank you very much. Now let me request Dr. Alko Arora. She has to go for a meeting. And my request is that please don't tell anything on what is AI and like that. It's all available from the morning onwards. Please straight away get into your what you would like to communicate to the participants, your achievements and so on and so forth. Over to Dr. Alko Arora. Yes. You please come out from your Professor Goelji.
Yes, sir.
You have to come out of your slides. It's
okay.
Visible.
Yes, sir, proceed and share your screen. So Dr. Alka Arora will able to share her screen. And I will just give a brief introduction of Dr. Alka Arora. She is working as principal scientist in the Indian Agriculture Statistical Research Institute. And Dr. R.C. Goel has also given a very empowering talk, and he is also the former principal scientist from the IASRI. And we all know that IASRI is a premier institute in area of statistics, computer applications, bioinformatics. Dr. Alka Arora has more than 22 years of experience in research, teaching, training, and she has contributed significantly towards strengthening of the agricultural informatics through designing and implementing number of web-based applications and mobile applications operational at national level. She was also associated in the implementation of ERP solutions and establishment of ICAR database. She completed her PhD from Kurukshetra University in 2010 on data mining with focus on cluster characterization using rough set theory. She has guided many PG students at the PG School IRI New Delhi, which has the status of international university. Her students are pursuing research in the areas of deep learning and data mining using image processing data. And the current research interests include applications of machine learning, deep learning, data mining, image analysis, techniques for agriculture domain, along with development of decision support system and mobile applications for e-governance. I invite Dr. Alka for her illuminating talk on applications of AI in image analysis for phenotypic characteristics of wheat. Dr. Alka, I invite you for your talk.
Dr. Alka Arora, only 15 minutes.
Okay,
Please.
sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished honorable chairman of this session, Dr. Moni, co-chairman, that very distinguished eminent speakers present and the participant of this particular webinar series. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity so that I can present the work I have carried out along with my students at ICR ISRI. Like Dr. Moni said, I'll be skipping up this part because that is very readily available. So I'm coming directly to the plant phenomics area, which is our area of interest on which my students have worked for the MSc as well as for the PhD work. So I'll just take you.
Your PowerPoint is not visible.
Sir, it's not visible?
Yes.
Should I share again?
Again, yes, that's true.
Okay, okay. I'll share the screen again.
Okay, now it's visible. Okay.
Okay. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay. So I'll be straightforward coming to the applications of the AI in the area of plant phenomics. In the plant phenomics also, I'll be covering two major areas in which my students have done the work. One area is the detection and counting of the spikes in a wheat plant. And the another one is the wheat plant senescence quantification using machine learning algorithms. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Thank you. So as plant phenomics is concerned, basically this is the study of the plant growth and the performance based on the physical characteristics, the morphology, the physiology of the phenotypic traits of the plant, basically, which we can visually see. So there are a number of plant phenomics traits which can be attempted with the help of image analysis. And because AI has a huge role to play, like Dr. Moni said in the introduction part, that AI is going to be a future of our every work we perform nowadays. So there are many traits for the plant phenomics also. Like one we have attempted is the leaf area estimation, estimation of the senescence, identification of the spikes, as well as the water availability or the humidity which is available in the leaf, presence of water. So all these things indirectly or the directly relates to the plant growth. That's why this is our major focus of research. So in ICR IRI, we have got a high throughput imaging platform established from the company called Lemnatech, which is a German-based company. So this complete high throughput phenomics facility has been installed with the name Nanaji Deshmukh Plant Phenomics Center. This has been established at ICR IRI, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India. So in this high throughput phenomics facility, this is a very good infrastructure which has been created. In this experiment has been planned in a controlled conditions, and within the pots, the basically plants or the different crops which we are planning here is subjected to the different level of treatments in the controlled environment. And then the observations are recorded using very highly sensitive cameras with the high resolution. There are different types of cameras installed. So we have experimented it with the RGB images only. So using this plant phenomics centers, we have collected the real images. And these are our two experiments or the application which I'm going to target now. So the very first approach is how to detect and count the spikes, which are a major like organ of the wheat plant, which is a fruit bearing organ, through which we can identify. Our ultimate aim is to find out the yield, estimate the yield also. But right now we have targeted only the identification or the detection of spike region from the whole wheat plant. So in the first part, which deals with the identification of spikes, we have used the AI technique for the classification purpose, for the identification of spikes. And in the second part, which is our counting of spikes, once the object has been identified, we have gone for the counting of the same. So in the detection of spikes, our major problem is the classification problem, that to find out whether the object is spike or it is not a spike. So for that case, because CNN is highly used in the image-based analysis, that's why the convolutional, in this case, we have used CNN-based encoder-decoder technique. So in this encoder-decoder technique, we have targeted the identification of spikes. And this is the complete architecture. In the very first step, in the image processing, pre-processing stage, basically, this visual image is obtained, and the rest of the portion like pot, which has been cut. So this pre-processing has been done. And then the masking was done, because our area of interest is only the spikes. That's why we have done this masking of the things using the simple images software. This annotation has been done, or the masking. And this is the detailed architecture of the spike segment approach, which we have proposed. In this, what happened is, as like those who know the AI, or those who know the deep learning basically, or those basically who are new also, in the deep learning architecture, basically it works on the principle of neural network. And the advantage is that you add more and more layers. You add more and more layers so that more features can be extracted from the image part in a highly efficient manner. At the same time, it becomes very difficult to process the images of this size, 256 by 256, and that to very large number of images. So generally what happens is, or in this architecture, what we have proposed is, on the visual image after pre-processing, we have applied the 3x3 convolution of there were 16 filters of the 3x3 convolution was applied on the visual image. And then there was a pooling was done, 2x2 pooling was done, 2x2 window size pooling was done to reduce the image size as well as to extract more number of features from the image. So for this purpose, this step was done. And then again, once our image size was reduced to 128 by 128, and we got the 16 features out of those images, then again, another layer of encoder was applied, another layer of filter, 3x3 filter, and 64 filters of that type. So this way, this process goes on, and we have applied 3 layers of encoders to get the maximum, or you can say to basically extract the significant features of the image from the image basically. And from the literature, we have find generally 3 to 4 encoders are sufficient to retrieve this much information from the image. So we have tried with, because when we tried with the 2 layers of encoder, we were not getting that much accuracy. So we have tried with the 3 and we got good accuracy out of it. Similarly, when this encoder technique has been applied, opposite to encoder is the decoder block. So in the decoder block, basically, we have done the downscaling of the image. Basically, the feature has been extracted, and now our aim was to make the image back into the, or the present the image back into the normal, into the desired shape, feature shape, basically, visual form. So this way, this complete encoder decoder cycle has been carried out with 3 layers of encoder and 3 layers of decoder into it. So this is like what we have discussed, the encoder block, and this is the decoder block, and we got the binary image, which has got only the region of interest. This is our spikes. So this way, this complete, this encoder block consists of the CNN convolution layer with the ReLU activation function. This was done, and then followed by the max pooling with 2x2 window. Basically, again, it is type of filter which we have applied for the subsampling, or for basically to extract the relevant features only. And similarly, for the decoder part also, this thing was carried out. And then the output of the final decoder, which we have seen a binary image which we got, this was fed into a convolutional layer with the softmax activation function to classify the object. And then the Adam optimizer was used because it is a probability based problem, like two-way basically classification, whether the spike is there or not. And then this function was carried out. So this experiment was carried out on total of 600 images we have taken, sir. And in this 600 images was 200 plants. The images we have taken from the 3 different directions so that we could cover, because in the rice, there can be overlapping of the, in the case of wheat, there can be a different overlapping for the spikes. That's why we have considered the images from the 3 different directions. So it gives us the image, a total 600 images in our first experiment, which we tried. And then we have carried out this experiment with the 85% for the training and then 15% for the testing purpose. So we have made our model from the 510 images of the 170 plants. So this model was trained and for 200 epochs, and we got the accuracy in less than, like almost at the 160 epochs, we got the accuracy. So with this experiment, we got the accuracy of 94% with the CNN based architecture. 94% accuracy is, we can say it's good because it was a real-time problem. And the major problem we faced was the overlapping in the plant. Basically, the spikes were getting, you can say they were coming, like you can see here also, it is not very clearly visible. Some are overlapping also. So at the time of testing, what we have done is for one plant image, which we have taken from the 3 different directions. So these 3 images, which is actually of a single plant taken from 3 different directions, we have fed this into our deep learning model. And this is our second stage in which spike counting was performed. So this, it gives us the binary image, which is our target image, gives us the number of spikes. So we have applied this flood field technique for the object counting, which is very readily available in the images software. And then we have counted within the same plant, but the images are taken from the 3 different directions. So we could see it is 12, 10, and 10. So these are the number of spikes. So if we consider the higher side also, that means because of overlapping, if something is coming or maybe, so we have considered the highest one, 12 is the highest, which we consider for the number of spikes. So this way we have, our approach of spike segment has worked. So after this experiment, what we have seen was, and then this approach was again compared with the ground truth values of the spike count per plant, which was available with us. So with this, we got the accuracy of 92%. So means we got the accuracy of 94% for the object identification. And when we have gone for the counting, our accuracy is slightly reduced to 92% because there were some overlapping issues of the within the plant. So this is the first approach we have done. Later, in order to increase the image database, we have gone for the image augmentation with the pixel-wise augmentation from the different sections of the image. And we have applied the autoencoder technique. Along with that, we have used the R-glass technique also. And that paper was published in the very reputed journal, High Impact Factor Journal, Plant Method. So those who want to really refer to that particular approach, they can refer this paper. I'll be sharing in the references part. Another work which we have done, the machine learning work with our student, we have done the quantification of senescentica. What is senescence? Basically, I'm coming to that. Senescence, we all know that with the age, we all grow. Similarly, the plant also grow with the age, and with the age also, as well as because there are in the experiment, there was different genotypes. So different genotypes, basically, they react differently when they are exposed to the different level of control conditions. That's why some plants basically age or mature faster than the other plants. So basically senescence is when we see the difference, or when observable difference in the leaf color, because in the beginning, when we talk of wheat, we have got a dark green color. So from the dark green, it turns to the pale green, then it turns to the yellow, and finally to the brown. That's why this dryness basically happens. So some genotypes, the dryness comes early, some comes late. That too, we want to study the effect as per the different control conditions, how genotypes are exposing themselves basically. And then this senescence quantification also, or basically observation, again, it is a phenomena leading to the or related to the plant growth. So that also helps in studying the plant growth, how the plant is growing or how it is maturing over a period of time. Generally, this part is taken care by the visual scoring, or a person simply from the seeing visually give the different scores to the senescence in the plant. But we have attempted this problem with the help of machine learning algorithm. So again, for this data was obtained from the Nanaji Deshmukh Plant Phenomics Center. But in this case, what we have done different is we have taken the image data rather than considering the complete image. We have taken the different pixel values. We have taken the RGB image. We have taken the pixel values for the green color. The green color pixel value can be different for the different genotypes. So we have created a sample list in which similarly for one class, if I take off a dark green class, so dark green color can also be different for the different genotypes. The RGB value can be different for the different genotypes. So we have sampled, we have collected samples for the different classes, and then we have gone for the same. So for that, we had taken 540 images from the 30 wheat plants, because these wheat plants were of the different genotypes, and they were grown from the initial stage to the maturity stage. So there are, from initial to the maturity, there are 18 stages which are involved. So we have taken images from the different stages to counter. This will be the value for the different classes. And we have used machine learning algorithms for the classification of pixels basically here. So like I was discussing in the data collection in the pre-processing part, mainly the 5 classes were chosen for the senescence and the greenness. These major classes were brown, yellow, pale yellow, dark green, and the light green. And the rest was our background. Background is like white background or the pot which was coming. So these were again background classes which were taken into consideration. But mainly including background, our 6 classes were there. So out of this 540 images what we got, we have taken the samples of the pixels from the different images, and to make our data set uniform, we have taken almost 1000 images from each category or from each class. So we have made it up to a 7000 images data set, pixel data set basically, I can say. So this way, this is our input image, and this superimposing of colors was done. For example, this orange color was used to represent the pale yellow, which is our spike, which is turned yellow into color. Then blue color. So blue color we have used for the light green pixels. Similarly to represent, this is basically because ImageJ was giving us this feature. So we have used these colors to represent our plant into a different classes of the basically plants here. So what happened was, this accuracy was tested for this machine learning algorithms, and ANN has performed best, almost 97% accuracy we got for the classification problem. Now, this was not only related to classification, that we have classified our image into a different senescence classes, but at the same time, we have gone for quantification of senescence also. How much percentage of brown, how much percentage of pale yellow or the light green or the dark green color it has come. On the basis of that, we have come up with the plant area estimation based on the total plant pixels. So this way, this complete estimation was done. This output was stored as a CSV file, and then the system has the capability that the graphs can also be generated based on the outputs, different type of. So this was done as per the requirement from the Phenomics Center. So this is how our senescence quantification flowchart work. we have taken the input image, read it pixel by pixel. So considering the camera specification and after removing our background as well as the pot, we have got almost 5 million pixels in an image. So that reading of pixel by pixel, it was done. Then based on the classification, if it is coming as into the dark green, so dark green, so different arrays were maintained. So this was counted, how many green pixels, how many light green pixels, how many yellow pixels, pale yellow, yellow, and the brown pixel has been observed. And this is the for the background. So this complete estimation was used to calculate the total plant pixel, which is a sum of all these. And based on that, the plant area was calculated. Because plant area also helps in the estimation of, or basically it is related to the plant growth also at one or the other stage. So this is a simple sample file. One by one, it is reading the plant, basically naming convention they have given. It is the control condition or this. So within that plant, it is calculating, software is calculating, this is the dry pixel percentage, this is the yellow pixel percentage, pale yellow, light green, green, total plant pixels, and the plant area. So this way, this senescence quantification is also attempted out of it. So now what happened is, because the quantification we have done, but to present it in a more visual manner, so there was binary mask was generated for all the 6 classes, what we have obtained. And then there was one binary mask per image. There was total 6 binary masks per image because there are 6 classes for the same. So this way, basically the mask was generated. If the pixel, like I can show here, for the brown pixels within an image, so this is the binary mask which was generated. Similarly, for the yellow region, this mask was generated, pale yellow, this mask was generated. So we got 6 masks for this particular image after we obtained with this. And then the colored masking was done. So different colors were given for the different, like red was given for the brown pixels, similarly white for the background. So this way we could represent the senescence in a more effective manner so that it can be identified easily. And at the same time, we have created this colored mask was created from the initial stage to the maturity stage, because this is the plant stage 1. So you can see here very less amount of brown, because initially the plant is very healthy. Later on, because at the tips only you can see the brown spots or the yellow one. But as you can see stage 2 where the plant is growing, more this thing are coming. So you can see the stage 5, similarly stage 6. So at every stage, picture by pictorial representations, you can start it. Some leaves are getting brown, it is getting dried out. So this way, this complete visual representation. So there are total 18 stages for which images were captured. So this is how from initial to the maturity stage, this senescence can be quantified with the help of our software, mSenescensica, which we are giving it a name. And it is being used in the Nanaji Deshmukh Plant Phenomics Center for their internal use, because we have customized the software as per their need only as of now. So these are the different, other than these visual representation, these are the different plots which is done here. Like how at the, with the help, with the different plant stages, how this controlled environment or the normal plant, how they are behaving in terms of senescence. And same way, the different graphs are plotted from the same. So there is a lot of future scope. This is just a beginning, which we have attempted with our student. Now more number of students are working in this direction in the plant phenomics area, and we are working with the other crops also. We are experimenting with rice, and our ultimate aim is for the estimation of yield. So we will be experimenting with the yield also after this spike counting and the pixel area computation. And then both these approaches are trained for the wheat plant data, but we need to see the possibility for the rice and maize also. And we are carrying out experiment for the rice and maize in the Nanaji Deshmukh Plant Phenomic Center at IRI. And another thing is the approach need to be tested on the field data, because this is a lab data. The plants are grown in the basically pots. So the clear visibility is there. Like the first problem we faced in the area of spike segmentation was overlapping. So this type of overlapping in the field, overlapping will be more. That's why we have gone for the enhancement in our approach of the spike segment, which I said I'll be discussing with the references. So these are the references. So our approach is presented here, spike segment with R glass for the, when we have used R glass for the spike segmentation. In this, we achieved the accuracy of 97%, even more than 97%. We got this accuracy for spike segmentation. So this we want to experiment. In this, we have experimented with the I can say illumination conditions also. We have given the different illumination conditions to our model, tested our model with the different illumination condition so that it can work well in the field also. So this is how some of the work which we have carried out, I have shared with you. Thank you so much for patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alka Arora. Even though, you know, you were asked to make a presentation 15 minutes, but you have exceeded. But the talk is very important in the for the session, and you know, it is a very wonderful work, as you rightly said it, that now we have done it in the lab environment. It has to go to the you know, field environment, so it comes under the, you know, systemic biology, computational biology.
Yes.
And it is a good, you know, case study for even computer science students who are working on deep learning and machine learning, has to also work under this environment. And you know, they will enhance their knowledge like anything. And I'm very happy that, you know, it is a good presentation, and hope that this needs a very good micro certification program for many agri startups to understand. You know, those who are working in, you know, agricultural area, for agri startup, this type of case studies should be made available to them. So with this, I thank you very much, and you know, the please, you know, discuss with Professor Dikshit that what should be an appropriate you know, recommendation to the proceedings. It has to get into that. So, but it is a good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, can I go for a quick question, if you permit?
Yeah, please. One question, please.
Dr. Alka, thank you so much for the nice talk. I'm Dr. Shweta from Meerut. So I just wanted to ask, actually earlier I was in Gujarat, and there was one experiment we conducted in wheat and maize particularly. Like we were estimating the iron and zinc content. So me and my lab members, we designed a dye-based technique in order to rapidly identify the looking at the color. So to identify whether the genotypes were high in iron content or low in iron content. So there were drastic differences in there were two dyes used. One was Prussian blue and the other one was dithizone. So but we wanted it to validate it with our AAS data. So, but then I was also using this ImageJ software, but we could not get through that. So is it possible to using these pixels, can we just convert this quality image into a quantifiable thing? Can we identify the quantity of iron and zinc just looking at to the image or the color formation?
I think, Dr. Shweta, I'll say we have not used only the ImageJ. We have done lots and lots of coding in Python. We have used the Python libraries, and we have done lots of coding also to develop our own models. Similarly, this quantification problem, the senescence quantification, which I showed you, this deals with the binary mass generations for the different color, then superimposing the same. So we have done lots of coding. as your question is, can we quantify the zinc and iron based on the color? So if we can get some model, if there is certain direct relationship, then definitely it can be done. If we can find out the relation, then we can definitely go for the estimation of the same.
Sure,
But we
madam.
can
Then
discuss the same more details.
okay, ma'am. I'll give you
Yeah,
a call whenever you are free.
No, I will organize an our webinar series which I conduct. I invite both of you to participate as a panel member and discuss. That will be 2 hours time on that time. I'll invite you both of you. Now we have
Thank you,
time
sir.
constraint here. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Sure,
Okay,
sir.
now
Thank you.
let me invite Dr. Srinivasa Rao from TraceX Technology. Is available?
Absolutely, sir. Can you all hear me well?
Yeah, so let me also see. Okay, fine. You join. Okay.
Yeah, I've already
Okay,
shared
now
the
you
screen
have,
as well.
yeah, fine. We have 15 minutes time.
Sure.
And, please, concentrate on the takeaways. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for the team at SVP for giving us this opportunity to talk about our work. Predominantly, the topic that I'm going to talk today is how are we as an organization leveraging emerging technologies like blockchain in the area of digital agriculture space and helping a lot of our customers achieve a very transparent and a traceable supply chain. So that's what we'll be doing. So we at TraceX, that's what we're passionate about.
Sir, I would like to give a brief introduction of Dr.
No,
Sri.
we will do it afterwards. No problem. He started.
And I also like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor who has joined with us in the technical session 2 of this international virtual seminar. I extend a warm welcome to you, our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Okay, sir, you continue.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So when you look at how the blockchain is reshaping the agriculture, there are a few use cases. Obviously, I'll just be going into a few, only one of them, which is provenance and traceability. While blockchain started off with a lot of use cases around, the cryptocurrencies and so on and so forth, the very capability of building distributed applications, leveraging the blockchain framework gave an opportunity for other sectors to experiment and leverage the benefits of blockchain. So one of them obviously is provenance and traceability in the food and agri supply chains. The other one is it's all about data, the validity of the data, the credibility of the data. Therefore, it renders itself very well into agri-financing, warehouse financing. It could be insurance, lending to farmers, and so on and so forth. Obviously, the other very evident use case that are shaping up in agri leveraging blockchain is again a agri marketplace where price discovery can be done, produce discovery can be done for the buyers, B2B or B2C buyers, and eventually, needless to say that logistics has always been a great candidate for solution like blockchain, and logistics cuts across not just agri and food, but any vertical for that matter. But let's drill down a little bit and then talk about the provenance and traceability in the agri supply chain. Firstly, why do we even need provenance in the agri supply chain? Fundamentally, consumers are growing very conscious. That's our understanding of the market. Therefore, consumers' demand in food brands is increasing. And they expect brands to be very transparent about the products and services that they sell, and not just about being transparent about the product. It's about consumers are driving the need for in-depth information to be supplied by the product. So that's our experience of the market. But then therefore when you talk about food provenance, the food provenance has to cut across the multiple supply chain points or the multiple intervention points across the supply chain, starting with production at the farms. They're both internal and external. Provenance. Internal is something for an organization to know how the produce is moving from one stage to the other stage, and the external provenance and traceability is when a produce is manufactured or produced by somebody a third party is actually getting the produce from their upstream supplier and then supplying it to their downstream suppliers, right? So that's when the external traceability plays an important role. And by the time the produce moves from farm all the way to the consumer, it's gone through multiple transformations, and the transformation journey, ability to go back and trace the transformational journey, is about traceability. It could be for several reasons. Conscious consumers, like we said, food safety standards that are regulated by each and every nation, and so on and so forth. Or it could be for enhancing a brand, for enhancing the premiumness of a brand itself, right? So let's talk about a few use cases that we have addressed through our applications. I'll quickly go over this. We work with a coffee startup here in Bangalore that's very passionate about being a transparent brand, about ethical sourcing that they do on their green coffees, and their claim to fame is about they supply 100% Arabica coffees, which are sourced from certain area here in Karnataka, which is best known for growing Arabica and the freshest bean. For example, the coffee, the taste of the coffee is determined by the freshness of the bean. Therefore, this company that we work with are very passionate about letting their consumers know how fresh the coffee is, and also talk about various food safety standards that they follow. So how do they do it? If they have to really do this consistently, they really have to work with everyone in the supply chain, right? So as we know, there are several challenges working in the supply chain, right from working with smallholder farmers to multiple brokers and traders all the way till this. So essentially, what we are trying to solve here is that that while there exists a very complex ecosystem within the supply chain, which involves multiple actors leading to potential mismatch and eventually compromising the qualities, we are trying to solve that problem using a blockchain powered digital agriculture platform called FoodSign. Essentially, FoodSign is a next generation digital agriculture platform that leverages the power of emerging technologies like blockchain to connect multiple parties across the supply chain, right from farmers to farm producer organizations to cooperatives to food processors to buyers and so on and so forth, and help each one of them exchange the data that is verifiable, auditable, which is very critical for everybody to know the common property of the food as it moves from one point A to the point B, and which should be rightfully made available to everybody in the supply chain, is what can be tracked on our platform and made available to anyone in the supply chain using a simple QR code. So how do we do that? By bringing multiple actors from within the supply chain onto our distributed ledger platform. I'll quickly go over a few points. This is the coffee use case that we've been talking about. So our solution, which is a combination of web application, mobile application, APIs, IoT integrations, and so on and so forth, they work at the plantation level. If you look at coffee, then we have at the Curing Works, which is the primary processing station for coffee beans. They use our application. The roastery that roasts the green coffee into roasted coffee, they use our application. And finally, cafe, the consumer like I and you who's consuming the coffee, either I would have ordered online or I'm at the cafe consuming the coffee, I see the complete traceability using a simple QR code, which is rendered via the blockchain. This is how it looks like, the simple label that gets generated out of our system and can go into the coffee cup and becomes traceable. We work with MTR Foods. It's a different use case where MTR Foods is directly working with farmer producer organization here in Karnataka, where they procure Badgi variety chilies directly from the FPO. And one of the need for MTR Foods was that every bag of chili that they're getting from the producer organization, they wanted it to be traceable on our platform. So we right from digitizing the farmer profiling to landholding, geomapping the landholding, package of practices, the post-harvest package of practice, pre-harvest package of practice, all the way up until it reaches the warehouses of MTR. The entire journey of chilies are tracked on our system. Similarly, we work with Olam, which is as part of the project, which is into cultivation of quality and traceable basmati rice. We work with about 300 plus farmers in the Fatehabad district of Haryana state, where the entire project, including again the package of practice to residue testing, the pesticide residue testing that happens on the produce is captured on our platform and published onto the blockchain with a very transparent access to the buyers that would want to buy directly from Olam. So we experimented. We did a pilot with them on the basmati, 2 varieties of basmati rice. One of the other use cases again around coffee is the export. So where coffee from the coffee growing area here in Karnataka was shipped all the way from Karnataka to Canada, and that entire contract was placed on a platform where the blockchain that we've built, very similar to what I discussed before. And now we're working with India's leading pomegranate exporter, where we are actually tracking two crops for them. One is pomegranates Indian Pomos, and the other one is avocados that will be grown here and exported over to the European Union and the US. Right? And similarly, recently we've started working on the dairy value chain, where we're able to track the milk right from the dairy farmers collection point, the bulk milk chillers, where the aggregation happens from collection of milk from different collection points aggregates at a bulk milk chiller, and then the bulk milk chiller sends the raw milk over to the manufacturing plant, and at the manufacturing plant, depending on whether milk is going to be manufactured or a yogurt or a curd or a paneer or whatever that is, we are able to track the end product completely out of our blockchain using a simple QR code again, which consumer can access via the milk packet, for example, that they have. We recently started working with PJT SAU in Hyderabad for tracing the traceability of this is a pilot that we're doing with PJT SAU for tracing the germination or multiplication of seeds, right? Starting with nuclear seeds to breeder seeds to foundation seeds, and finally up to seed certification. Fundamental reason, as you probably all know better than us, is there is 65% of the more than 65% of the seeds that are available out in the market are unlabeled, right? So are misappropriate, not so labeled rightly, so to say. So we have taken a pilot where we are starting with a foundation seed and tracing that up to certified seed, right from distribution of seeds to the input to the farmers, to giving them package of practice, to how the RNR 1505 is the Telangana Sona variety is what we picked up, and right from giving package of practice, procuring the seeds from them, the quality testing, all the way up until seed certification and packaging and labeling. When at the end of the project, the objective here is that the seeds that are sold by a state seed corporation under PGTSA will have all the QR coded labeled seeds. And we work with one of the tissue. We have not started this project, but we did a study and then came up with a solution for traceability in the tissue culture. Again, I'll not go deep into it in the interest of time. I just want to leave you with the thought that our solution can render very well itself into any seed multiplication, tissue culture processes, and so on and so forth. We work with the government of Kerala for banana traceability, the project that's currently ongoing, where about 150 tons of banana is going to be exported to the UK in the month of March, and that entire project is tracked on our platform. We work on multiple value chains, organic, conventional, and different value chains as well. So briefly to talk about the benefits: digitized farms, better agronomy support to the farmers, and more focus on the quality, safety, food safety, increasing brand value for the consumers, and eventually making sure that maximization of revenues happen for the farmer, because they have better price discovery and the produce discovery, and the moment produce becomes traceable, farmers can start demanding a better value for their price. So we are very positive about how the market is evolving for food safety in the next few years. We don't see just while we've just started with agri and fresh produce, but we've already seen a lot of traction on agri seeds, tissue culture. Like I said, we've had customers that have talked to us about traceability in the livestock, which is again a big challenge in the industry. Then one of the other pilots that we're just starting, like in the next 2 weeks, is traceability of eggs for a private egg company that does free range eggs here in Karnataka. And obviously seafood, we haven't done any work so far, but then we do see a lot of application of technologies like us in that value chain as well. We offer our solution, just to talk briefly about our solution, and I'm pretty much done with my presentation. We offer a full stack value chain digitization solution as well. For example, food and agriculture, fundamentally, for any solutions like blockchain to work, there has to be digitization of the value chain. In food and agri, we have our own solution. That application is called FoodSign, and which directly works with our own blockchain layers. And in other verticals, we can easily integrate with those systems and then provide the blockchain traceability. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for the time. And I've just taken exactly 14 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav, and for completing your presentation within 15 minutes. But you have given a complete idea about your value chain projects through about 6 case studies and also your total solutions. And if you can, it is a very interesting case studies which you have done it, because most of our Indian exports are bouncing back because of traceability problems.
Absolutely.
All perishable goods. You take fish is a traceability issue, and 65% is being bouncing back. And unless we introduce traceability appropriately, it will be very difficult to put more money in the pockets of the farmer producer. It is it's very important. And I also would like to give one inputs that the Doubling the Farmer's Income by 2022 report in volume 12B, chapter 10, 7, 8, 9, 10 talks about digital technology in agriculture. I was the chairman of that subgroup, where we have suggested that 7 mission mode project for total digitalization of agricultural sector. One is that smart irrigated agriculture, smart rainfed agriculture, smart tribal agriculture. It can generate a lot of startups. Even many of the state government departments are not even bothered to look into this report. Not even many educational institutions dealing with agricultural science and research. And and second one is that among the 7, one is that digitalized agricultural value chain for about 400 agriculture commodities, which includes agriculture. Agriculture means both horticulture and so on and so forth, and livestock and fisheries. The last one is that integrated farm health management, which nobody in the world talking about for plant health, animal health, soil health, water health, and fisheries health together. Farmer has to run from pillar to post. So these are all the 7 mission mode projects where all looks for a technology like blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, is to build on a comprehensive information system, data systems. And today you cannot build up a blockchain project effectively with the data which the government department has, especially in the agriculture sector. So, you have to build from the farmer, you have to build it up. And in my address also, I talked about we need a strong farmer database and farm-based database, which I have, as a chief advisor, I did to the Ministry of Agriculture. When during this doubling farmers' income, I have even put it that what type of parameters on which a farmer database has to be built up. So it's a very good presentation. And you also talked about the seed value chain. Now, you also look into the seed net. I was instrumental on bringing in IT in a blueprint for agriculture in 1995 itself, 15 informatics network. That I'm being considered as a father of agricultural informatics. Very nice, certificate to me. But the thing is that SeedNet was visualized, but we didn't have the technology to go up to the farmer level. So you can take from SeedNet and the linkage with the farmer with the blockchain. Then India will be the first country to have the complete SeedNet through the blockchain technology. We can show to the whole world. This is one. Thank you very much for your good presentation, to the point. And you can lot of agri startups can get benefit out of your presentation, because today many agri startups, agriculture science joining, getting a startup, but he doesn't have a good exposure on computer science, IT startup, IT environment. IT people are getting into agriculture, not knowing the agricultural fundamentals. So it is, we have to take both the people together to work along to make at least one agri startup in every gram panchayat. Agriculture sector can facilitate establishing 2.25 agri startup in the country, 2.25 lakhs agri startup in the country, biggest one. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now next, may request Dr.
It's Dr. Nilesh Kapoor.
Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. You can introduce Dr. Nilesh Kapoor.
Yes, sir. We just have a wonderful talk from Dr. Srivatsa, and he was alumnus of IIM Bangalore, and he provided us an overview of the food chain traceability in agriculture. And our next speaker is Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. He is assistant professor in Department of Fingerprinting, and he is one of the member of this organizing team for organization of international virtual seminar on artificial intelligence. And he, after completing his PhD from Kumar University, Nainital, on physiological, biochemical, and molecular responses of phenogreek to salinity and elucidation of possible tolerance mechanisms, he also worked on his research interest in in vitro propagation of Nicotiana tabacum and human methylothione gene polymorphism based on PCR. He has been the recipient of various prestigious awards as Innovative Scientist of the Year 2016, Young Scientist Award, Fellow Award, and he is also managing many projects, DST, Upkar, and RKVY projects. And to his credit, he has guided many PG and MPhil students, more than 40 students, and has published many papers in journals of national and international repute, and also some popular articles and book chapters, and also some books. So now I would like to call upon Dr. Nilesh Kapoor for his informative talk on the role of AI in biotechnology.
Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. Am I audible? Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. You have muted. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. Please unmute. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Chairman Moni, sir, Co-Chairman Goel, sir, and Director Research Anil Siroi, sir, distinguished faculty member, Dean Directors, and dear participants. As I am aware about this importance of artificial intelligence in nowadays scenario, I am trying to take out the audience's glimpse also, that I find that the audience are belonging from agriculture, different disciplines of agriculture science towards veterinary sciences and biotechnology. I'm just focusing about the some basic output of this AI and then coming to the biotechnological goals of this artificial intelligence, what they will do in the biotechnology sectors. Now, as the law of Moore has resulted in an exponential growth of data, it will bring a whole new wave of societal and economical changes. Human brain power is not increasing at an exponential rate. Need for advances in the field of big data sciences, facilitating automatic extraction of actionable knowledge from vast amount of raw data. Now, in context of this, AI is the intelligence of machine rather than the intelligence of human beings that will devices can understand its surrounding and take an appropriate action according to achieve its objective. We all familiar with this Siri, Facebook M, Alexa, IBM Watson, and that will play a key role in nowadays in our lifestyles to be identified as a source of pleasure and as a source of output in our lifestyle. As in this slide, we coming about the popularity of AI is coming with this, the most important companies, Intel, they are spending $400 million, Apple is spending $200 million, Google, they will acquire $500 million, and many more companies are coming to be funding on this AI aspect for the different aspects of science and technology. So this is the scenario that is coming out as a new information technology coming at the part of this life itself. We're talking about the economic impact. Up to 2025, we find that $9 to 11 trillions will be the market value of this AI goals. As the current scenario in 2020, we have $4 trillion marketed of this AI. This is the simplest way to how to this AI data. We have the structured and unstructured data. Huge data is available. We have stored these data in the databases and several servers, and that will be processed. And after that processing, that will take the actionable insights. These are the three areas of data analysis: artificial intelligence, deep neural network, and machine learning, which will be part of this technology. Now coming to the biotechnology sector, artificial intelligence is bringing transformation in the field of biotechnology. It will prove to be the advantageous to biotech firms, mankind, and industries in many aspects. Some of the advantages of this AI in biotechnologies are effective and efficient decision making, crucial predictions, expanding accessibility, cost effectiveness, allow parsing through the huge data, carry out the data analysis task, and progress at a faster pace. Now coming to the application part of this AI, first I'm taking about the medical biotechnology sector because this is the highest growing marketed value sector. It includes the use of living cells from benefit to the human by producing drugs and antibiotics. It is done by the manipulating the genome of specific cells for the production of desirable compound. As we see in this graph, we find that from 2001 to the 2020, a tremendous increase in publication will be raised related to AI in the role of AI in the biomedical sectors. We have more than 3,358 publications till date in 2020 itself that reflecting the role of AI in biomedical sciences. We have, addition to being able to act as an e-doctor for disease diagnosis, management, and prognosis, AI has unexplored uses as a powerful tool in biomedical research, patient management. I am talking this one by one. This is the general glimpse how this AI will reflect the medical sector. Like we have several patients, we are taking the data from patients, information from patients, and we will give the lifestyle advices to the patient. We have the radiologists, from that we have getted the MRI images, etc. From that, the diagnostic resultant will be given to the radiologist. The information from physician also that coming in the form of unstructured data, that also be coming to the form of decision making. We have plenty of research working on animal biotechnology, medical biotechnology sectors that have the different data. Their different laboratories data will be available, omics data will be available, that will be processed through this AI software, the AI tools that will be implemented in the lifestyles. As I already told you, we have the plenty of data in the forms of omics, we have chemistry, we have biology, imaging, clinical, and metadata that will be processed with the different tools of the AIs. The machine learning tools will be there that will lead to the generation of clinical insights and tools, biology insight, chemistry insight, novel chemistry, and ultimately that will lead to the health and longevity. Now, if coming with this drug discovery, this is the crucial part of human lifestyle. We have plenty of laboratories, research organizations that are working on some of the specific working arena that I am taking here, that Arpegio, that is working on aggregating and synthesizing information, Structura, Phenomics, that will working on understanding disease mechanisms through AI and CNN network system. Atomize, Star, ReviveMed, that generating novel drug candidates. Now, how this will works in the disease diagnosis? We have the blood sample. From that blood sample, we have collected each and every cells that will lead reflecting to the immune system. We have collected immune cells, and from that immune cells, we have generating the information in the form of machine learning that will analyze the data, and after that, they will lead to the empowerment as a resultant of the care. We have also doing this task with the remote area where the doctor facilities and high throughput analysis facilities are not available. That images sources will be collected through mobile and any other sources, and that will create a image analysis and leading to the advices to the doctors, to the patients, as well as the medical specialists throughout the globals. Now, I'm taking just one example here, breast cancer cell lines. Like in breast cancer cases, artificial intelligence cancer detection software algorithm has been developed that for mammography. And this software is developed by Daimler in 2020 itself. And what this software will do, that will create a mammogram collecting from different sources. And on this basis, they are creating deep learning resources and characterizing in three forms: normal, benign, and malignant. And after getting the images from different sources, they are getting this like red region. It will reflect the cancer lesions in the patients. Now, the another crucial parts of this AI is in genome editing or gene editing area. We all aware about the development of transgenics, but there are certain ethical constraints about this transgenic development. To restrict these type of research, we have coming with a new technology, that is the CRISPR-based technology. That CRISPR technology is coming in nowadays as a tool to manipulate, to changes the genome, to make it the human, animals, as well as the plant to be the part of a living system as a beneficiary parts. Now, AI program-based assistant have made a complex task like gene editing simpler. Desktop Genetics has created a platform to design gene editing construct using CRISPR that works through AI. Their gene editing platform runs the entire process from RNA selection to data analysis. This works, which takes years. It is coming by this tool in a months of work to be getting 100% successful result. Now we are moving toward the personalized medicine. As the analysis part will be done, this patient, we have collected the sample, then molecular analysis would be done. And on the basis of all the molecular analysis, we get the data that will be analyzed. And after analysis, we have biomarker identification. And on those basis of biomarker identification, we have to create a personalized medicine that will remove the chances of getting infections or side effects from the medicines that should be taken by the nowadays. Lots of problem with coming with that taking drugs that creates a wonderful experimental output for the human beings. Next sector is your genome annotation. We have three major questions in our mind. Can we find out the function of a part of genome? If a gene is linked with disease or not? Can a disease be cured by manipulating the genome? Now, to coming this answer, we have to map the genome. We already know that several genomes, animal, plant, microbial genome is already sequenced. Now the task is we have to go with the development of databases through AI, and large number of sequence and map genome can be studied for the further analysis part. Coming to the agriculture biotechnology, biotechnology firms are now leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques to develop and program autonomous robots that handle important agriculture tasks like harvesting crops at a much faster pace than the human can do. We can use this computer visions to through drone that will lead to the monitoring crop and soil health itself. We have machine algorithm that will tracking, predicting various environmental changes like the wealth changes that impact the crop yield itself. We have data analysis that will lead to the sensing the data, efficient images, classification tools, weather data, other relevant data that will point out that use of distinguish the wheat from the crop, which is the major problem throughout the countries. We have the another part, that is water management, because water scarcity is the major problem nowadays. So this type of features can also be benefited for getting the how much irrigation would be required, that should be traced out with this AI tools. Now, as a resultant, we have plenty of genetic resources. We have phenomics data, we have genomics data, we have this big data in the form of QTL mapping, G tracing, crop diversity, GWAS, genomic selection, genome sequences. All this data should be come through machine learning algorithm that will lead to the generation of training model, computation, and then output will be the precision breeding. In this slide, we can understand how the machine learning can change the biotechnological research, especially agriculture biotechnology sector, that it will invade in genetic diversity and genotype classification, genetic stability and GE assessment, biotic and abiotic stress evaluation, high throughput phenotyping, prediction of parental combination in hybrid breeding programs, prediction of desirable features of in vitro regenerate, prediction of combinatorial effect of influential factors in vitro study, as the earlier speaker said about the tissue culture strategy development through this tissue culture technology. We have taken lots of years. Now this AI tools will lead to the generation of exact what we can do, what can be the output. Now, another part is lab assistant. We know that manpower, we have working on that, but they have the limitations. But AI tools, the robotic system is coming out nowadays that will, without any problem, they will work throughout 24 hours, and that will lead to the analysis of huge data, gene editing, data analysis. Even there are certain startup focus on using AI to look at many types of data like H2O AI system. Here we can see that micropipetting system can be done, that ELISA system would be there, that will be done through this robotic system. Now coming as this pandemic is working from starting from 2019, it will suppress whole the globe by spreading this pandemic in the human society, that coronavirus. What the AI do, that we are now in coming the best benefit of AI, as we are able to get it the vaccine in a very short span of time, that we are creating, we are knowing the mutant that are generating throughout the globes. We are easily to identify that mutant. We are easy to identify, trace the patients, that all are gone through this AI technology. The American startup Moderna has distinguished itself by its mastery of a biotechnology based on mRNA, for which the study of protein folding is essential. It has managed to significantly reduce the time required to develop a prototype vaccine testable on humans, and thanks to the support of biotechnology, bioinformatics, and AI, that will parts the integral focusing on this vaccine development. We have several in silico medicines we tested through this AI algorithm designs, and that will lead to the generation of 6 new molecules against this COVID-19 pneumonia. And most effective is C3-like protease inhibitors motif. InfraVision's AI software that looks lung CT scan to quickly detect lesions and measure their volume, shape, and density to help doctors. This will require the simple analysis, software analysis, algorithm-based happens that will directly identify the patient, whether it is suffering from COVID or not. We all are aware about this Arogya Setu apps. We are using this Arogya Setu app. Whatever the patient in our surrounding, we can able to get it from the information from this Arogya Setu app. Now, talking about the AI in living assistants, we have in the area of assisted living for elderly and disabled people, AI application using corresponding smart robotic system and paving the way for improvement in life quality. Neural network can be trained with the specific image processing step to recognize human facial expressions as command. Furthermore, Human machine interfaces based on facial expression analysis allow people with disability to control wheelchair and robot assistant vehicle without a joystick or sensor attached to the body. Now talking about the animal biotechnology area, we have machine learning that helps in understanding a genomic and making informed decision and enhancing the capability of scientists in predicting the expression of those genes. We have animal nutrition, animal vaccine, animal breeding, embryo transfer, transgenic animal, xenotransplantation. These areas are covered with this. Animal biotechnology is now gaining pace with this AI technology. Again, then another sector is industrial biotechnology, where we are about biopolymer substitutes, the invention in various areas like vehicle parts, fuel, fibers, new chemical, and the production processes. This computer-aided design and artificial intelligence are coming up with the desired molecular design. Robotics and machine learning cultivate the strains and test to what extent the desired molecule was reached. Now, the last we have coming with this bioinformatics application, as we know that bioinformatics will work on sequence analysis, structural analysis, expression analysis, pathway analysis. And this artificial intelligence machine learning are living in DNA sequencing from the huge data crunch involved, classification of protein along with protein catalytic role and biological function analysis of gene expression, genome annotation, where a certain level of automation is required to identify the location of gene, computer-aided drug design, etc. If we see in this picture, we have plenty of data in the form of protein structure prediction, motif prediction, alignment, genome analysis, phylogenetic analysis, gene predictions, miRNA, genome assembly, SNP, primer design, structure. We have plenty of bioinformatics data. The time is required to automate that data. And here the coming with this AI technology that will leads to the getting information from the raw data coming to the output based oriented data. The bioinformatics spreading in diverse fields, genomics, transcriptomics, epigenomics, interactomics, phenomics, metabolomics, proteomics, all will lead to the giving us huge data that should be the coming with this AI analysis. As in this graph, we can say trillions of data is increasing up to 2020 that will generated by EMBL EBI data resources. This Ashoka system is working as a huge data collection, working on transcriptome analysis, proteomics data analysis, and so on. That Ashoka is available at ISRI, which have 250 terabyte storage capacity, and that will be the best way to feed the data that should be working with this AI scientist. We have huge databases nowadays. 5,328 databases are available throughout the globe related to biotechnology area. Some of them this like tomato microsite database, the rice annotation project databases, sugar beet microsatellite databases, NCBI databases, GOT microsatellite. That means we are covering fusarium, COVID databases. Each and every living system have coming out as a databases. We have plant databases, we have animal databases, we have microbial databases. That will reflect what would be there, and that will increase the chances of getting success in our research. That reduces the time frame, that reduces the manpower, that will lead to the getting information day by day in increasing order. Now, at last, I'm just finishing my talk by saying some pros and cons of this AI. As I already told you, so many output of this AI system. Now, but as the reflections, the cons are also there. Like we required high cost. The major problem regarding this high population countries like in India leads to the unemployment situation. No improvement with experience and lacks in creativity. Thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Dr. Nilesh Kapoor. And I was trying to talk to you when you started, but you have gone with a bullet train speed. So I was not able to stop you for a minute. Okay, very nice. You know, you are able to cover a complete, end to end solution of AI in biotechnology, covering about animal biotechnology, agriculture biotechnology, and almost all area. It is a very good learning for people like us, and also that the areas which you have covered, it's very important. Then the thing is that yes, this knowledge is available, technology is available, this much work is going on. Do the last mile person who is working in agriculture know about all those things? That the question is that why he should know, why he should not know, how he should know, how he should not know. No, this is where that this is the farmer is not a last mile connectivity, he is the first mile connectivity. And new technologies are coming out. That's why in my morning my address that this artificial intelligence should also make a farmer, that 14 crore farmer, as a e-enabler in his own language. You have brought out so much area, so this should give confidence to him that he should not leave agricultural farming activity. Rural youths should not leave farming activity. Many non-rural people should not leave farming activity. Like the COVID situation has made many people from urban area to the local area, village area. So it is a very important presentation you made it, but in the time is very short, even though as per the timetable it is supposed to have closed by 4:10, but now we have exceeded to 4:30. Now I will request the co-chairman of this session, Professor R.C. Goyal, to give his remarks with respect to including his presentation of the 4 speakers. Professor Goyal, please unmute. Professor Goyal, please unmute.
In view of the remarks made by Dr. Moni, I definitely acknowledge and agree with the remarks what he has done. But in particular, as he told in the beginning, we should have some studies farmers oriented, which should go to the farmers field, so that farmers would be able to get benefited out of what we are doing in the labs, what we are doing in the university, and so forth. So any study, whatever we are taking up, it should be farmers oriented. Somewhere, what is the application of that in day-to-day life of our agricultural development, not research. Research is going on, but how far it is in the farmers field. That is my final view, and we should just always think for the projects which directly should go in the farmers field. As you asked about my presentation, in that we have in fact planned a very good mobile app, and that will be in the pocket of each and every farmer. That day is not far off. Lot of work has been done in the labs and other things.
It is very good. I think this I should thank the Honorable Chancellor or Vice Chancellor, and also the organizing committee members and the chairman of the organizing committee, to very nicely work out the session details, and also speakers from the field. And we had a very good presentation from Dr. R.C. Goyal and Dr. S. Srinivasa Rao and Dr. Nilesh Kapoor and Dr. Alka Arora. And both are with respect to research and development and also value chain projects, which are more important, and which is reflected that how AI should be deep rooted. It is essential, and we have every responsibility to use technologies to give benefit to the farmer. And we have to make farming as a preferred occupation, and that's what it is important. And because of the simple reason that India is a country which has 365 days sunshine, 127 agroclimatic zones, and we are growing food throughout the year. So we should be the food supplier to the whole world, and food traceability is more important, technology base is more important, and bringing in more income revolution in the farming for the farming community is more important. So with this, let me request the session coordinator, Professor Rekha Dikshit, to give a vote of thanks. Professor Rekha Dikshit.
Sir, I thank you. I thank the chairman and co-chairman of the session for very organized conduct of the session, and all the speakers, Dr. R.C. Goyal, Dr. Shri Vatsa, Srinivas Rao, Dr. Nilesh Kapoor, and Alka Arora for illuminating talks. And indeed, we benefited a lot and enriched a lot. And all the talks were very aware of immense benefit for all of us, and we generated awareness about very novel concepts, as well as we also generated general awareness about the novel topic, emerging trends in artificial intelligence. This was a great learning experience, and I just congratulate all the participants for getting such enlightening talks and enriching their knowledge. And with this, I would like to thank each and everyone who has been
I
instrumental
thank
in organization of this virtual seminar.
So
Thanks.
thank you, Professor Rekha Dikshit, and also I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dean and research faculties and the members of the this conference, and also the distinguished speakers of this session. And I'll be very happy to get the mobile number of all the participants and the name, because we have to engage. You know, as a non-agriculture scientist, I have been working in this area for the last 42 years. So I am a computer science person, mathematics student. I studied agricultural related areas during my service in the government National Informatics Center, and it is fascinating. And now I'm giving a lot of confidence to the youths to get into one point. On the other day when I had a discussion with the honorable defense minister and honorable agriculture minister on 13th October, there was an experts meeting, and I was also one of them. And I said that with the 3 farms laws and the 7 mission mode project recommendations of the doubling the farmers' income, this facilitates establishing 2.25 lakhs agri startup in the country. It is a major growth can take place, and it can make agriculture as a preferred option to all the rural youths. So with this one, I would like to request, we would like to thank everybody, and I also would like to close this seminar today by closing the seminar. Thank you. We'll leave the studio. Thank you. Over
Thank
to
you.
Dr. Sweta Mishra.
Thank you, sir. We break for today, and we'll meet tomorrow at 10:30. So I request all the participants and all the members and the speakers to please start connecting by 10 o'clock, so that in order to avoid the rush period. And so we'll see you then at 10:30 tomorrow. And we have around four talks, 4 speakers are there in tomorrow's session. And after lunch, we'll be having the plenary session, where I request all of you to join us.
Hello?
Thank you, sir.
Hello,
Thank you so much.
Good evening. No, I don't. So we'll leave.
Okay, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Goyal sir, you please send your mobile number. I would like to establish our contact.
Definitely. I'll give you my mobile number as well as it is available.
Okay,
Sir,
very
I
nice.
have already forwarded. I have already forwarded the
At
mobile
the
number.
end, one comment. I would like to congratulate the Vice Chancellor for taking such an initiative, AI in agriculture. So really, I congratulate him and thank him for arranging such kind of seminar. Of
See, Professor Goyal, he is anyway AI. He is a man of agricultural innovation. And a man of agricultural innovation is getting into man of agricultural intelligence.
Yeah.
So, he's AI and AI. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.